As we are once again alive upon the internet. We do appear to be alive upon it. Let's make sure though, in all ways, with bitrates and publics and categories, everything looks correct. And yeah, let's jump right in. Actually, let's check the targeted. Maybe finally Krampus is in the house of some good targeted. I guess not. I feel the second that would happen, several people on several discords would have already gone like, look at this. But I don't think they have. Oh, actually, I see this priority objectives needs to be recycled at some point. Just set it to that. At some point, I'll do capital and get an exotic item. And then I'll be happy. Finally. Invaded stronghold double. These two overlap basically, so the weekly is kind of good day to do a weekly. Although yeah, I've done it already on all 4 characters on this account, but I do it on second account. Is it still rat? Yeah, for today and tomorrow. Should definitely. Oh yeah, what's the 511 you say? Oh, gear mods, nice. Again, actually. So yeah, good day to at least farm up some bounties. And yeah. Some chests and backpacks. The 511 does hold some interest for me. Likely not for many people, but it does a little bit for me, so we might actually go to second account and farm up a little there. I wouldn't mind actually getting some bunch of keys there for the hardcores on that account. So I might do that in a little bit. But first, yeah, let's just try to get more hard bounties. Now, none of these are too useful. Because I don't just want chests. Yeah, let's go gear mods. Maybe we get a purple 13 PFE off of some of these Krampuses. But also try to get some more hard bounties. So let's go all the way from character 1 to 4. And then once we... Oh. And then once we do that, as the audio broke. Once we've done that, then we'll have to... Actually, I wanted to check if this goes over here correctly. Yeah. We'll go and add 415 to the build collection. And then, yeah, we'll start and record a little bit of that character's. And if it doesn't have a chevron, do I really care? The annoying thing is purple builds actually don't have slots. Do not have mod slots, so you don't like purple mods are just as silliness to have, just to have them.
Another dead asshole. Reloading.
Let's all get this name too over here. And we got 2 bounties there as well, so at least that part worked out for us. How many bounties does this character have now? Especially hard ones. A decent amount. Yeah, let's go through all the characters and do that, and then yeah, on character 4 we'll fill in the 415, the build picture, and then actually go and get started on theirs. I've used Brooklyn, I've used New York, we've recently used that here, we've used theater. That really only leaves campus. What is this? Oh, I claimed something, then yeah. Also, nowadays we have 5 Lexingtones in there. Why not? It's too bad that when they come out of the thing, they're not shareable or anything. That could be, it would have been cool if you could, because then yeah, I could just, you know, if somebody needed one, we could take one out and give it to them. But yeah, from the stash, actually, it's considered as not coming from a drop source. And then we'll record a bit of character 4's video. I already actually edited together character 3's video and everything. That's all ready. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I'll actually likely do that later on. I already even made a thumbnail for it. So all that is ready. But that video won't actually release until a few days later. Although, well, Monday, right? I think that's the idea. So we'll have Monday, Wednesday, Friday as the release points. But I might do no, not retaliation, but the modifier only tips in between somewhere. Neither Phil. Am I? Or do you mean if I'm live? Nope, this is a rerun. I recorded it actually with this in mind exactly. I knew exactly when you were gonna come in, so. But yeah, we are alive upon the internet. Let's see. As of these weeks, I'm getting to stream quite a bit. I'm enjoying it, kinda. As in, streaming way too much. Although this will be the last day that we'll have an afternoon and evening. Tomorrow, I definitely have some work stuff to do in the afternoon, so. But we got a lot of stuff done. So that's good. Let's go somewhere else. Actually, nah, let's not. That place is too good for that fight. Beacons. Using it with Coco Brand so the way to lean fully into the idea of team support damage build. I don't think, especially for instance, Coco is a pretty competitive and. Like, it doesn't per se tie to Coco or anything like that.
No way.
I would put it more on something like a healer or something that doesn't care about its own positioning too much. Because, like, for instance, Constant Company would still care about, like, where it positions itself. It is still... At least, well, kind of depends how you set it up, but... Yeah, to me... Something like that would generally work better on, yeah, like a healer or something where you can just kind of follow somebody around. I know the range, because also, yeah, from at least the big thing that I consider Beacon to be decent at, well, currently it's, of course, yeah, stacking with itself, and well, actually I haven't tested it in, like, since the last patch, right? I would have heard somebody bring it up that it's no longer working, because I think I saw it even in PvP still working. The regen that it gives is, you know, it gives damage and it gives regen. Because otherwise, just Overwatch. Overwatch is just easier and cheaper and. Yeah. from a damage perspective. But also, I wouldn't stick it on something that is like that, like a build that is trying to do its own damage, because most of those you want to have the ability to just take your own positioning as needed, and not be reliant on somebody else and where they're positioning. As Coco just likes being in a group, but it doesn't per se do group support things. The way that, you know, some others builds do. Like I would stick it maybe more in a red FI kind of setup, or yeah, MA kind of setup. Healers.
Entering safe
In
area.
FI you would be giving up too much damage though. Like FI chest is already pretty good. But I could provide the regen to kind of get people back up. That was kind of the idea as well with trying it with red FI, to have it be a form of healing to get them back into the FI. And let's go get this one as well. And I'm killing these on hard, trying to get hard bounties. And that is solely for purple gear. Where are you guys going? No, fight me. Because I have no special ammo. No. We just went for that name group. Literally gave 0 fucks about us. Just, I mean, I can't blame him. You know what agents can do. I also just would just go fight something else instead. Let's just go deal from this side. And it being mods here, that's not a bad deal either. I will definitely make use of that on second account a little bit. About getting some mods here, and then we'll also go again and try to get upgrade pieces for some 511. Although, well, I only need 1 upgrade piece. So, still need to get a crit chance, crit damage, obliterate chest. That would be the dream. Yeah, let's go to canvas already, actually, and then let's go and find a quiet corner and fill in this build picture. It's been sitting blank for a few days. We changed up the PFE that this character has to be a little bit different. Not a lot, but a little. I know, let's go actually. Yeah, this is gonna become this, 2-piece colon, 1-piece bellstone. Weirdly enough, with chameleon, chameleon fits in well here actually with setup that we have here. Only thing it really costs us is no Scorpio, but meh. We can always still do that if we really want to. Well, yeah, let's not actually go into the shared space. Yeah. Take a graded weapon. Actually, we need to be at the range because I don't want to give it numbers. But let's do the build picture first. I don't know, we've done so many of these recently that it's kind of become just second nature. Do I have full protective fabrics? I wouldn't mind just making this 12. Yeah, let's make these all 12, actually. Let's this chest. Stay here for a second because it's gonna take a while. It's annoying because we need to hold in this button a lot. So let's take all of these to 12. Might as well then. It looks right. Also, yeah, this as a build is at least a place where we benefit a little bit from this. But yeah, we're taking it to 12 just to not pay any exotic components, of course. Oh, was the last step before exotics. And it should be just a slider. Should be literally you hit this button, a slider pops up and goes like, "What level would you like to go to?" And then you hit it. And yeah, if these still need to be like separate server calls and stuff, which is understandable if that needs to be, you just have the game handle that. You don't make the player hit a button 12 times and then hold it. What is Golan? Am I blind? I mean, I am, but... Oh. Looking over it. Apparently. Oh yeah, the improvised pieces are actually with the slots, aren't they? Totally forget what they were. I should just make a macro that repeats this 12 times. And then I can just run that. I have a macro that is set up to just do this. But then you have to like watch out. And also I would need to go and like load it up and have it be, you know, ready to go. I end up just doing it myself instead. No, this thing. And Hayden Dennison. Yeah. So we have this all set up. We'll go and give it its build picture. That's the last build picture of the collection for a while, likely. Not per se. I have a few ideas I want to try out, but nothing in like the immediate future. Ooh. No, I definitely didn't sleep enough, but that's fine. I can take a little nap later on today. I will. As I here, we'll go for a few hours and then we'll do an evening as well. Four, 5, 6. Kill me, please, end the suffering. It's fine. Yeah. And indicator. Here it is. Indeed. Who needs sleep? Humans. Humans need sleep. Turns out me. It is I. It is I, the one who needs the sleep. Yeah. But I just actually, mostly it's just the after dinner dip. As I did just eat quite a bit. Big lunch. Mostly because I had a bunch of stuff in my fridge that was about to go bad, so I was just like, fuck it, let's stay fat. We just shoved a bunch of stuff on bread and ate it. Yeah, rings 12. Okay. How much does that actually change the region? So we went from 35 to 39. Although it was like 35.6 to low 39. Okay. Tiny bit. Yeah. Let's go here. I don't want to also try out this exact same build. I will find more pieces for it, but then with 3-piece Imminence armor. I already have some of the pieces for it, actually. Because, I know we could move the blue course to the other. That's, yeah, actually doable. Could even keep it red Imminence armament pieces. It was an obliterate piece, though, so yeah, I would rather it be intimidate. But I wouldn't mind trying this, yeah, with pistol, bulwark, 3-piece Imminence armaments. And then, yeah, getting the kind of PFE bulwark. And then seeing how well it would be a good test bed to test, because that would be more the idea. Like, I have no great expectations of it, but it would be a good test bed to see if that increased threat really does anything practically. I already know it does because we've played around with it. It's at least, you know, as a stat, it seems to be working. but yeah, how well and how much of a difference it makes, we kind of left up after that season. Mostly because I was hoping somebody else would do the testing on it. I was like, I'll leave this. Somebody will go test this, right? And then nobody did. It's one of those again of like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. These in place. Oh, make sure modifiers off. Matters for not the things we took already, but it would matter for these stats. Important to have that off. Buff persist between loading screens, yeah. It's same as Memento, effectively. You can't go to shared spaces. You can go to safe places, like the White House or something, to resupply if you need it. But yeah, you can't go to any shared space. And yeah, going different session, going off map, going that kind of stuff. Joining, you know, through matchmaking or something, quite often you lose it. But basically the same rules as the Memento. Was like I'm missing something, not sure what. This already. Weapon damages. Oh shit. Oh yeah, what am I using Firewall for on this character? I don't have the. What's it? I'll need to read this as well. I did not have AR selected on specialization. Where do you use this? So shotties. Oh, shot these LMGs as well. Actually, let's change the name here. 15 FE EFE regen. So shotgun, LMG. Yeah, I need LMG here. What was the other one? Yeah, we don't need pistols, of course. So AR then. We'll give up on SMG and we'll take AR instead. You know, once in a while it comes up when we have we need to kind of make decisions about where we put those points. And it's always annoying when it is. They should really just change that to be. I'm guessing they wanted to always keep it separate to maybe like do a gear set or something in the future that, you know, like takes all of the weapon damages that you have or something. Because that's really the only reason to split those up, is to have some bonuses apply only to some guns, so you kind of, you know, benefit that way. But then the only reason to keep it separate like that is, yeah, if you're planning on eventually maybe doing a set or something that maybe plays into that. At this point, they should just make it you pay 45 and you get plus 15 on all the weapon types, and then forget about the things. Anyway, that's 6:30. That is quite early. But yeah, welcome in. Yeah, for me it's quite a bit later at 1:30 in the afternoon. Nebula mask for the extra slot, similar, but that one's more set up for also being a group support. This one's set up more for yeah, kind of course, that hunter killer with perfect intimidate. That one is the other one's with Vanguard Galvanize. So this is a much more punchy variant. This replaces the Ridgeway one that I used to have. Mostly because that Ridgeway one, quite often I found myself frustrated with it because it just wouldn't work out in, you know, you would be fighting mechanicals or stuff like that, especially a lot of the, you know, master missions and stuff coming in where sometimes it's handy to have a little bit of PFE. But this has less regen than that by 0.5%, but then, you know, we're going for more damage. Jen's idea. Coco is mostly just, yeah, it depends kind of if you're solo or in group more than what you're doing with it. It can do anything. It can do anything, but especially in a group setting, you can get it charged up real quick is the thing. You could always, yeah, charge it up at the range and stuff, but I feel it. If I'm doing that, I'm just instead loading strikers. Just in the time it takes to get those stacks, I just load strikers and go actually do an extractive. Yeah, let's get these stats as well. This matters for this build. PFE percentage. Alone 75. Okay. Let's get the names in first. Which is just this. And I'm gonna stick a TDI as the main one, and if I'm using this in Canton or something, I'm just gonna have the running thing there. But I'm running PFE. That hive is just as much for other people as it is for me. So on this one, I'll good though. And Hunter Killer. So with improvised pieces. At some point they really do need to just make a like gear set, maybe that is PFE, and then also they could make a brand that is on the first piece 13 PFE. That way as well, everybody can like just stick that in like one of these slots and then have effectively a 13 PFE, as if you had a 13 PFE extra. That would also make it easier to get the gear to like get PFE builds going, because it's one improvised piece less, and those things kind of suck to get. It is knee pads, right? So yeah, this is knee pads. This is more thinking about this than is necessary. Because there's actually order to this. You never see it on my thingies, but yeah, in the game, there's actually, you know, the order is set. It's always mask, backpack, chest, gloves, holster, knee pad. Yeah, just to make sure in here it's on the right spots. As if anybody would ever care, but I care. I would know. So we do it. That's what we're going. Oh yeah. Actually, I read your question more as a statement. Like you're gonna go try it. Coco especially is more of a group thing, I would say. Solo with Turtron Hybrid, it's kind of worked, but that's still like, yeah, that's not the full Reds playstyle kind of. So Turtron Hybrid kind of works okay solo, but that's then also yeah. Wait, what? Why did I not take the mod? Because if you do enough, you will also charge it up, but that just, yeah, takes quite a while. And this setup is also getting 3 of the 13 PFEs. I could just actually fake this and just bring some of those 13 PFEs from the other character. Just from the other character, and then make it look as if it has 6 13s, but I'm fine with 75. Although for this, I would definitely go a little bit higher than, yeah, 70 at like, or 72. Like 75 is truly the minimum I would take on a PFE build. Yeah. Besides them, I sure need to make this likely super compact. This PFEs always have the most stats of anything. Because yeah, you always have that mod as well. Okay. Million. Grade 25. And then upgrade this chameleon to 30. And I want to spend that 41 on it for this build picture. In the future, we'll come back with when we do have a grade 31. Or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll just always leave it 25. Can I plug Intimidate from somewhere? The shotgun build on the same character. Ah, cropped a little bit that way. Intimidate. That's it, right? Oh, we should have it with. Oh yeah, but that we can take. Yeah, let's go to the range. Actually, I realize I kind of need a bio. My body's mad at me for eating way too much. So, and yeah, let me get you here. Oh, yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, actually, I'm always horrible with names. But yeah, of course we're having the Discord conversation indeed. Yeah, it's handy to have those links, especially at the gear spreadsheet. Of course, has like a shit ton of info. My wrong text guide has some of the wrong text, not all of them per se, but a lot of them. But yeah, a lot of it is just through testing. Like if we test something, that's also always what I do in BTS is we just test stuff and go like, does this match up? If the calculation doesn't match up, it's kind of simple as well to figure out what it actually is. It's just we take builds that have like a bunch of, it's filled in DTOC, in DTA, DTH, total weapon damage and stuff, and then just put whatever stat it says it is into all of those slots and into separate multiplier, and then yeah, it either one of those calculations will line up usually. So that's how we kind of check for those as well. Yeah, let me take one quick bio break and then we come back and give this thing some damage numbers. That's the only thing needed, and then we go and start recording on character 4's build collection run through / updates kind of video. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Back we are. Needed that. Yeah, let's give this thing its damage numbers. It'll be easy enough because it really has one setting, which is just, oh no, actually no, that's not true. It's really just at one setting, which is Intimidate. Now we also have Chameleon. Do we do its damage numbers with just everything on? Or we take both numbers. Yeah, let's take both numbers. So that's the Chameleon less stats. This icon might be handy if I get it on somewhat of a cleaner background. There we go. Go. And then these actually a little smaller. Okay. I know this thing doesn't hit hard, but it's also not the design intent anyway. Hard enough to kill slowly. And a 2.5% regen means actually, wait, what? Oh yeah, no, we. Is that how many seconds is that? Wait, 2.5. 40 seconds. Oh yeah, okay. That's what my brain meant. It's in between 33 and the 50, of course, but it's not linear. So 40 seconds to get all my health back, or all my armor back specifically. Do we want to have any other things here? Scorpio. But Scorpio we can take from, let's say, Negotiator maybe, or something. Would likely have that. Does in fact not have that. Let's just make one quickly. Because that would be really the other weapon to have here, and then otherwise just Lexington or something. I will just put Scorpion in the corner. That's all we need. Okay. Yes. Everything else looks correct, right? Hunter Killer's only named gearpiece. How did we do this with some of the other PFEs? Do I do the... Oh, I do that. Let me just copy from here. Plonk. Because those pieces are not recognizable to everybody. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's open all the way from 401 to 416. I know we've checked all the builds already to make sure that they contain no more mistakes or anything, or well, they might still, but we've checked them several times now. I'm putting them in order while they're loading. It's annoying when I open them up like that. It opens them from the end to the front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. Yeah. Let's load up build 1 there. And as well. In game, we have it with, again, we're going to go do 1 loadout per thing. Oh, actually, am I using self-made on character on account 2? I think I am, actually. Should maybe replace that. Because everything else, yeah. We just got Bloody Red on her. So I use that Bloody Red basically on every character. But yeah, we have basically made an apparel, unique apparel on everything. I'm pretty sure I'm using self-made on character 5. But then what we'll do is just take an outfit. I'll spend my workaround. We just take some of the outfits we haven't used much. Or we haven't used. Oh, we should totally go with Thorn, I feel. Especially which build is this? 15. Oh yeah, it's the PFE. Yeah, totally. Or we go with... Or we just go Urban Warrior. Or Mummy. Or a bunch of good outfits. Oh yeah, also this thing. Because on second account, I don't have that, well, not this to the degree that I have here in outfits. So definitely we want to take stuff here that's not out there. I'll take Mummy actually. Just overwrite this for now and then we'll fix it up later. But then yeah, let's take this back to let's take this back to your main outfit. What to me is their normal outfit. So yeah, let's go get one more quick Krampus loaf of Krampuses, and then go and record a little bit. Oh yeah, let's make sure all of these go to the places I expect them to. Yeah. So we can have this guy back home. What are you waiting for? I'm running 5 pieces negotiator, aren't I? I just loaded that build, but didn't actually. I'll just stick this in there.
Shot on target.
Serious trauma detected.
You're a bitch, lady.
Get down.
Yeah, once we get to campus, we'll use campus's shared space as our backgrounds. How am I presenting 4.01? Was it the Tinkerer? Yeah, it's a Tinkerer. But yeah, first we'll do an intro, then an explanation about what the build collection is. And then the idea is to do some builds this afternoon and some builds in the evening. Is one of these a little lower than the others? No. We'll use these guys. Yeah, let's go find the silly dance. Well, that's the most fitting thing to stick here. Oh, yeah. And a little bit of that, a little bit of that. And then yeah. Let's get this thing. 1984. Sorry, what? Swears right. Oh yeah, Automat over here also sometimes being draconian. But that's also wonder if that's more of a server setting, because I don't think that would be. That's not like Automat of Discord. But yeah, that's 1984 is still a lot removed from that. Oh, was it? Okay. But you have settings for it on how severe it goes. Because yeah, my one does, like I have it set to allow swear, well, in the Discord one. Here, this one doesn't seem to have settings. Or well, maybe it does actually. Never really looked for them. We do keep it on because I'm using it as well for just some words. So set the black sort of. I mean, also yeah. If you have it set to that, it will do what it says on the tin. Because yeah, I have to remember that. Yeah, especially. Some countries are a little bit more Puritan about those kind of things, and also yeah, kids. kids exist. Yeah, I don't hate that. It's interesting that the Happy Holidays occlusion, or actually all of those lights occlusion, is like delayed a few frames. That's odd. Never noticed that before. Wonder if that's true with all light sources. I mean, not really, right? Because I don't know. Even those lights are. The occlusion is like delayed by a few seconds. Huh. Or well, seconds, a few frames. That's fine though. I know, we need to get behind the head, so yeah, we can't just make it a movement. Yeah, let's wait actually for nighttime, but then yeah, I'll just do that. Nah, that's... Getting caught up on... Oh, getting caught up on geometry there. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can't get too close. It's kind of like that. Okay. Yeah. Good enough. Good enough. Yeah, let me catch up here, Billy, and then let's go and record the intro here. Hello, let me also go and yeah, let's add a date to this folder because I just left it undated just in case we weren't doing it today, but we are. So 260104. Finally, some 26s in there. Random swear words. I mean, fuck off is a swear word. I don't think there is any place where that would not be considered actual swear. Yeah, I know we use it a lot and stuff, but any profanity filter, yeah, especially if it's set to severe profanity, yeah, it's kinda, fuck is still, yeah, considered one of the higher ones. The toilets, yeah. But, it's things. Yes. Is Discord only in Sweden? Fuck in the English languages is still considered like actual, you know. I mean, that would be the same, like whatever swear words, like in Dutch, there's a bunch of words that only have meaning in Dutch that would just, you know, get you kicked out of a building. That would have, you know, if you said it in somewhere English speaking, of course, yeah. But yeah, the Discord's main language is still, you know, it is an American product. So, but yeah, it should be obvious that, you know, yes, it's going to block any profanity filter that's on, like here as well, right? Is going to catch fuck. Inherently, like that's, if it doesn't catch fuck, what, it's not a swear filter. Yeah. Yeah, let's take it to record an intro here. Yeah, nighttime as well. Nice. This place does look nice at night. Or what we could do. Yeah, let's do that instead. I can't get the camera far enough, can I? I could dual account it. That seems like a lot of work. Or we could try to do it like this. Can I make it? Oh, just barely. Yeah, and then we can just do we go this way? Do we go this way? This way. Yeah, you know, it's silly enough. It's fine enough. So I have IKEA build collection, or so I want to give a build showcase on the build collection run throughs, right? Yeah, run throughs, not rundowns. Run throughs, character 4, last character of account 1, something about timestamps, and then let's go get started. Yeah. Yeah, let's get going. Actually, let's do a quick test recording. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's build showcase, I want to give a build collection run-through of the last character of account 1, character 4, as we go through all of their builds and I try to explain what they are for and what we use them. What they are for and what we use them for is the exact same sentence, so let's try that again. That's the exact same meaning. Yeah. I'm awake, except I'm totally not. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we continue our build collection run through, and we are ending up at character 4 on the... we shouldn't use ending up. We should save that for character 5, because that's the end one. Take 78. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our build collection run through as we showcase all of the builds on character 4. This is the last character of my main account, and we'll be continuing on to character 5 after this, of course, which is on my second account. But yeah, this character, was one of the later... let's not go into story time. That's not needed. It's going to make the intro way longer than it needs to be. Wait, so where do I go from there? I need just one filler sentence there, but there's nothing special about... Oh yeah, actually that's the filler sentence, right? I explained that. We're going to discuss... Yeah. I remember now how this works. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our build collection run through with character 4. This is the final character of my main account. We do still have, after this, one character to cover, which is from my second account. But on this last character, we're going to go through all of their builds, and as we go through, I'm going to explain what they are for, how often I end up using it, if there is some worth to the build, and especially as well, how hard it is to put it together if you want to copy it. As of course, the build collection itself is definitely just, if you're just looking at it, a jumbled mess. It isn't clear what the builds are for per se and such. What the recommended build is, we try to, of course, give a little bit of recommendations. But then there are still a lot of builds that a lot of people will be uncertain about what they are for and such. So in this video, I'm going to take the time just to explain. And as we go through every build, we'll discuss it, and I'll just ramble for a bit about what I use it for. Everything will be timestamped down below. So, that's right. Take 7. Okay, it kind of fumbled it there. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. The intro is always hardest once we get through this. It'll be fine. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to continue our build collection run through As we continue on to character 4, the last character of my main account, we still have character 5, which is the main character of my second account to go through after this though. And on this, we'll go through and discuss every build on this character, which is 4.01 all the way to 4.16. And as we go through, I'm going to explain what the build is for, how often I end up using it, and also how hard it is to put together. As of course, the build collection itself is not per se clear in what the builds are for per se. In the recommended build list, we try to give some recommendations and make sure that the builds that are worth having are in there. But there's a lot of other builds in the collection that aren't per se fully designed to be recommended outright, but they might fit certain playstyles. So in here, we're going to go through one by one, explain them, and give basically my ideas and basically the way to kind of play it and why we went the way we did about them. In doing so, hoping to pass some information and some knowledge along. Everything will be timestamped down below, so you can jump to a specific build if that is your interest. Let's go, get started. Good enough. I'm fine with that one. Let's just make sure audio and everything's fine. Continue, explain them, and I like the reveal there of a dancing idiot in the background. Yeah. Well, first, we explain the build collection. We give the build collection intro. So 4.01 to 4.16. Yeah. And off we go. And why am I slamming that button? I just press it normally. I don't need to cut it out, which is easier. And as with all of these videos, we'll give a brief introduction to the build collection for those maybe unfamiliar with it. The build collection will be linked down below. It will take you to this Google Drive folder, which contains a bunch of files, and mostly they are build pictures that you can copy entire builds from. There's also a recommended build list and a recommended weapons and talent list at the top there. And those can help at least guide a little bit, because for the rest of it, it is laid out actually as the loadouts of my characters. So for instance, here we'll be going through character 4, which will be 4.01 all the way to 4.16. The 4 point is the character number. So we have 3 point, 2 point, 1 point, and then later on as well, 5 point. And then the second, the number after the dot, 0.1 to 0.16 is, of course, the amount of loadout slots we have. So effectively, all of these are just the loadout slots as I have them in the game, and it's represented as a whole build picture here so that you can copy from there. And everything will be linked down below, so you can jump to the specific build picture, and of course also timestamped, so you can go to a specific one if you care so to do so. And here we'll be covering 4.01 to 4.16. And let's go start with 4.01. Yeah, I know, once we're kind of going, the rest of it is just much easier. Intros are always hard. Yeah. Let's take some of that. Yeah. In we go. Okay. 4.01 build picture mode. There we go. Let's have the loadout ready in the game. That heavy snow is just eating up all the frame rate. Yeah. So, yeah. Kind of parsing what I want to say. And here we have on 4.01 a negotiator. On the first slot of most of my characters is kind of their signature build. And this is kind of the signature build of this character. Negotiator is a gear set that I enjoy quite a lot. It has a very specific playstyle where you try to mark multiple enemies. And of course, any crit damage done to any of those enemies will spread across them. And that makes it so that you want to always be in the back of your head thinking about marking multiple enemies so you can get the most out of it. With Negotiator, most of the time, I'm going to take it without the chest. The chest increases it from 3 to 5 marks. In most gameplay, you won't be able to get 5 marks going. And of course, as well, having a chest talent to give up a chest talent that is going towards damage for that can cost more than you can gain from that. So I set it up as the 3 mark version, and we do definitely take the backpack nowadays. Ever since they increased it to be 100% on the crit damage spread to 112% on the crit damage spread, it has been the go-to. I generally basically don't run a vigilance variant of these anymore. And even in the recommended folder for the negotiators, I've actually taken to remove those. This we're showing as the Tinkerer variant. There is also a Negotiator recommended folder in the build collection all the way at the top, which contains several different negotiators in there. As nowadays, actually, I used to have a Negotiator as well on character 5. I've taken to remove that one, mostly because I just wanted to have other builds choices there, as we'll see when we get to character 5. But Negotiator definitely worth considering, and I do have actually multiple variants still, but just not full red ones, multiple ones of. We do have a tech tank in the collection on character 2. We have a turret drone hybrid on character 1. Here we're setting it up in the full red version, and then with this one showing it with the Tinkerer. Now, of course, as with most of these builds, and let's go to the character for that. I have it saved, and this has been a repeated thing I do with loadouts for myself, and this is then the first one for this character, so we'll explain it here again. I mostly save these builds as 5 pieces, and the loadout itself is then saved as 5 pieces, but of course I don't tend to run it as 5 pieces, because that would be a dumb thing to do. That would be just wasteful. But because of this, we can either go to the glove slot, stick in an Overdogs here. Overdogs, of course, are really potent exotic, and just for general play would actually be my go-to. Or we'd stick in that Tinkerer that we had on the build picture, or I can even forego either of those and, for instance, go 2-piece unit alloys, or stick in a Fox's Prayer and take a rifle or something. Negotiator is basically agnostic about what weapon types it uses. So because of that, we can actually take it with most things. It also doesn't care too much about RPM. You still want to have some RPM there, not too slow of a firing weapon, because you want to crit some of the enemies and be able to at least mark them somewhat consistently and quickly. So something like a classic M1A might have a little bit too low of a fire rate to just land multiple shots, because on average, you would need 2 shots to mark an enemy. You have 60% chance of marking them effectively by hitting them with a crit. So yeah, and then here, as we see, actually, I have it saved with 1 AR and 1 rifle. That's to have this rifle that I can carry around with it, because I actually do enjoy Negotiator, for instance, for rifles or LMGs or other weapon types as well. If I do take it with the Tinkerer, as we have it there, of course, this character has in their inventory other ARs that I can bring in, and we can pair it up to have, for instance, combination here of Killer and Measured. If we take it back to the build picture here, recommended talents for here are, any of the ones that we generally see of Killer, Measured, Streamline, and Ranger are really good weapon talents. Especially with Tinkerer, of course, we're making it 2 talents that we pick out of that list. Killer, Measured is my go-to. Another one I enjoy a lot as well is Killer plus Fast Hands, as Fast Hands can help our reloads quite a bit. Preservation is also always a good consideration. And yeah, nowadays, if we are taking it with Obliterate, which I am here as general play, generally I'm going to go with Obliterate on the chest. We are taking, of course, the Equalizer. In the past, this would be sometimes, depending on layout, either a Cheska or a Grupo chest with Obliterate. Nowadays, of course, if we are going Obliterate, we are going to take that Equalizer. We can also go Sacrifice, we can go Perfect Glass. Of course, uptime-wise, that is much better on the damage end of things. It doesn't need to stack up, but of course, it comes with its own downside of having that incoming damage be there. So overall, yeah, going glass definitely an option here. Going other exotics like the Coyote or the Overdogs, or of course even Centurion or Exodus or Nimble or any of the potent ones works at. I wouldn't per se go Memento with Negotiator, as we talked about. Negotiator definitely, its backpack is now really good. The only place I of course do go with the Memento still though is the Tech Tank variant, but there we're going a Tech Tank first and a Negotiator kind of second. So yeah, the Tech Tank side of things does need that Memento. But if you want to, for instance, stick a Memento in a red build, which is quite a popular thing to always do in, for instance, Strikers or other builds, yeah, something like Strikers would work out to be a better choice than this. Here we do give up quite a lot if we don't go with that backpack. Overall, Negotiator is well worth having. It is a pretty enjoyable gear set. It has a mechanic that is a little bit different than everything else. We're trying to mark multiple enemies and then spread the damage around, trying to keep in the back of our head of like, okay, I want to mark that one, and then shoot one big target to kind of spread out. And then also, oh, I've killed the other things now, I should mark new things. So that, because of that, it has its own unique kind of playstyles. That's what I enjoy about it. Keeping it here in its red form, it is a red core set, so it isn't too hard to get together. We mostly go with pieces that already have high weapon damage, preferably, and then put in some crit chance or crit damages alongside of it. Negotiator already comes with its own crit chance as its second stat, and because of that, yeah, we don't need much of it on the gear. Another choice we could make here is just to, for instance, put in 1 or 2 blues. That is not too big of a loss, and especially solo can help out a little bit, especially when paired with a shield. As a red build, it can go with any specialization, really, and generally we do want to revive Hive, but then we pair that with some useful skill. That can be a pulse, that can be foam, that can be decoy, that can be smart cover, that can be a shield, anything that kind of works out and gives you some utility. Definitely a build type worth considering, especially if you're looking for a little bit of a different style of red build. Negotiator at 3 stacks can be very competitive. It can reach the levels at 3 stacks if you consistently keep up 3 stacks, with it's one of the few competitors to Chest Striker. In actual play, most of the time, if you try to keep 2 stacks up or more, it can actually, it can fare well even against an Obliterate Striker. The only downside is its single target damage is quite a bit lower, and sometimes you're just locked into that. Sometimes there is just one target, and because of that, it isn't always, it isn't considered one of the metas. But it is definitely powerful enough to be ran and well worth considering. There we go. 1 in the bag. 740. Okay. Generally, I want to not be too much longer than 8 minutes on a build. So that's the mark that I'm trying to hit. Yeah, and after each one as well, we'll change apparel loadout, and then also that one. Yeah, we'll keep it just like this. Well, actually, let's be on the loadout slot again. Yeah, let me catch you on chat a little bit, and then I'll go in again. Question with this build: one is use firewall spec instead of UHS equalizer. Use Palisade with Oblivion to kill armor. I mean, Palisade is just an option. It's something you can take. You give up a little bit of damage for it. Here though, you give up a decent amount of damage, because nowadays as well, Palisade of course only has normal obliterate. You could, there is nothing wrong with that. The Palisade chest would be a harder piece to get, and also generally I would not care about armor on kill. I'll have my med packs, I'll have out of combat healing. I rely more on those. But also firewall spec would not really get us much unless you said something else. The striker shield, yeah, the striker shield. So I use firewall in places where I'm going to get close. That negotiator is not going to get close. Negotiator, even actually from its playstyles perspective, is going to, usually I'm going to stay further away than even striker, because I want to keep awareness on the field. I want to be able to see my marks, right? I want to be able to be far enough that I can mark multiple things without really, going 180 degrees from one side to another. Firewall, to me, generally, I'm just going to stick on close range build. One thing you can do actually with negotiators, for instance, also stick in SMG, because The spread doesn't care about optimal range. So you can mark 2 far away stuff and then shoot something close. And that kind of, for instance, does work out and stuff. And then, yeah, and then you would maybe go firewall. But for general play, yeah, firewall would be too close. But both of those things are fine things to choose. But it wouldn't be my first choice in either of those, and kind of shown there. So equalizer as well. Now, just like, yeah, going from an equalizer to a palisade, like, yeah, in the past it would be competing against like Cheska with a normal obliterate. Now it's competing against equalizer. Equalizer's 4% is already there, and then you're also giving up the brand. Well, you're not giving up the brand bonus, but it's not going towards the damage. Right. Also, if I'm going equalizer or if I'm going palisade, I'm going to pair it with gunner just to get 20%. Like I would take gunner first over taking palisade first, and then palisade can become the 20%. So. Because you're on 6 indeed. 5 pieces is just not enough negotiator. Indeed. And thank you for the kind words there, friend. Friend of a friend. And yeah, good morning indeed. Oh yeah, for me it's afternoon, but yeah, welcome in. Can I forget a Tinker Masker gun like Carnage? Carnage wouldn't fit in there per se. It's not doing bleed or anything. Can I get a good roll on no round juice? I mean, if you have to, and yeah, the exotic in there, as you may have caught the end of it there, but yeah, the exotic or whatever other piece is kind of up to you. I generally wouldn't use the chest with negotiator, so the chest either becomes equalizer or sacrifice, or yeah, maybe even palisade or something is also an option. But yeah, you don't want to use the negotiator chest, and then you pair it with whatever you have. So Overdog, Stinkerer, Centurion, anything you're kind of comfortable using and running. Carnage wouldn't be wouldn't really, because yeah, you're not doing bleeds per se. And if you're just triggering bleed with like Carnage fits in well with ongoing directive, for instance. But there are just any weapon, any good weapon that you have. Could even, like an exotic or something, and decent Elmo, a decent help. Oh, a blue screen actually, for instance, as an option as well. You get one of those. But yeah, I could stick a bunch of guns in it. Carnage wouldn't be like a real pick for it. But yeah, just some weapon. It can go with anything. Jesus, speed with Palisade and Firewall, just confirm kill not only armor but health. Health, yeah, I mean, health doesn't matter enough. Health is tiny in comparison to armor. Certainly. Also, yeah, health doesn't always get hit. So I would much rather have gunner for, especially solo. Solo gunner can provide, yeah, that rate of fire and such. But firewall as well, the shield, the real good thing about firewall is a shield, but getting that close, like that's not something I do solo a lot. That's more like in group settings, that's more common to get that close, because you can isolate an enemy and, you're hoping that the other enemies kind of go after other things. But especially if you're going really close to an enemy, you're kind of setting yourself up to, especially solo, you're not set up to deal with flanks and stuff like that. There is a value to distance. Not that it's wrong or anything, but yeah, I would make different choices though. With mental overture. Yeah, but that's then completely different build than what we're kind of discussing there, right? Because yeah, in a full red that we were discussing there, that's not really enough. Also, yeah, memento, just as a pet peeve of mine. I'll correct that to memento with an E. There's only one O at the end. But yeah, if you're going that route, like I'm going tech tank at that point, like a completely different style, and then I'm using technician. Like that has much more survivability and than that. If you're not familiar with them, I'll link to the recommended build list. We'll see one. Although, well, that's likely something we'll cover this evening, actually, because we're not going to get that far into the build collection this afternoon. But in that list, there is a bunch of tech tanks now. Tech tanks are kind of, let's go here, kind of like this style. Then you can also make it with striker. This is the heartbreaker one. On this character, you take a memento, you take enough tiers for the shield to be 6 tier, and then you take technician for the artificer. This heals the shield, and I don't need to be healed. I'm getting healed by the memento. And also, if you are going memento, you don't need palisade, by the way. So if you're combining those two, I would just take the memento. The memento has 3% regen rate, so you don't need armor and kill and that, and then you wouldn't be as weak. But yeah, if we're talking about that kind of stuff, like I'll take it even further and would go with something like that. Oh, you meant ongoing? Yeah, no, but ongoing, yeah, Carnage, yeah. Carnage can, yeah, definitely work out there. And yeah, if you're not going Tinkerer, Carnage is still generally the pick. You can stick Overdogs in there if you have that. Otherwise, just yeah, even Equalizer and Contractors, or even like a Cheska piece would be good enough. Okay, so that's, yeah, that's Mel said as well. If it's just for it running, it's not horrendous. The thing is, what it would open up is some of the exotics, mostly because you don't definitely want to use a refractor backpack. Overall, that one's not great. You could run the chest, mostly to, yeah, you would just take a high-end backpack then, or you know, for instance, also memento could be an option there. But mostly just to open one of the other slots for like an exotic. But there aren't that many good exotics to be had, and I generally like having more damage from a talent on the chest. It's not bad, but it's not like something I would outright pick as the first pick. Yeah, let's jump into this second one. Overdogs is just available from targeted loot nowadays. The blueprint is also available through retaliation with hyena retaliation completions. That's then also overall the best way to go for it if you can do heroic retaliations, which solo can be not the easiest thing, but they're not per se too hard, but in group setting they're a little easier. But yeah, if you do hyena retaliations, eventually you'll get the blueprint from completions. But also you can set your target loot to gloves there, so retaliation is kind of the better place for it. Otherwise, just, yeah, any place that has targeted gloves, either if it's on a zone or a mission or just countdown or summon. But there you just have chances of it dropping. With retaliation, you on top of that have, you know, eventually you'll get the blueprint if you do enough hyena retaliations. Yeah. On to Striker. And we go to 4. And we go to 4.02, and on the 0.02 slots on all of my characters is their Strikers on that second slot. Striker is effectively a build that I need on every character just to be able to do everything on them. And that's also why it's so highly recommended. It is the go-to all-rounder, the general meta of this game is to take an Obliterate Striker out. You can set it up in different ways. Here we're showing it, for instance, with the Tinkerer, where we're taking 2 ARs with it to, of course, get that second talent going. That is what the Tinkerer will do. In the collection as well, we have it set up with Coyote, with Overdogs, and yeah, always having all of those options open to us is actually how I have it saved. Here on this build picture, we see it, yeah, with the Equalizer, definitely you want to have the option as well to go to a chest striker. For general play, getting to 100 stacks, even with just using an AR and not stacking with an ACS, which can, for instance, get us more stacks more quickly. This Obliterate one is a general meta because we can just get there more consistently, and because of that, it is kind of the go-to. But there are situations and specifically places, some content. Incursion is basically the prime example for it, where we take a chest striker instead. With a chest striker, we need to get to 200 stacks. We can do so with an ACS especially, because shotguns count per pellet, and ACS fires pretty quickly. Each pellet or each shot is 8 pellets. And for the purposes of striker, it counts each pellet. So an ACS with 300 RPM, even though actually with here it would have 20% more RPM, but the base 300 RPM is 2,400 pellets per minute. That means that, yeah, we can kind of stack up pretty quickly with that. And then especially with a chest striker, we would also need to do that. With an Obliterate striker like we have here, we don't need to. And chest striker, generally, we consider it, if you can stay above 150 stacks, so 75% of the bar filled with a chest striker, you have to be consistently above that for it to be worth it. Otherwise, you go with an Obliterate striker. But as we go into the game, what we see is actually, again, yeah, it is saved as 5 pieces to give me the options. Just because I'm on that character showing it as a Tinkerer variant doesn't mean I actually only want the Tinkerer variant here. Of course, the general go-to is, I would say again, Overdogs. I have that option, of course, here. And the build is set up that I can slot in any of these exotics as I want. Especially with strikers, yeah, we want to have all of the options open, even the chest, because the chest is also a good piece. And the backpack is a general go-to, especially to open up exotic options. We could go with a Vigilance backpack and actually sacrifice Vigilance. Can be a decent pick for striker, but generally I don't do that anymore because I generally take the chest and then an exotic. Those are bigger combos than Vigilance. But I also have the chest on each and every character, meaning that on every character, I have all 6 pieces, and that opens up all the options. And yeah, we can, with this, of course, yeah, for instance, bring in here an Cheska that I have actually just in this holster slot for bringing it in with the chest striker. On the chest striker, we want to go with Cheska as the piece that comes in, the high-end piece. And then, yeah, for instance, we can go Overdogs now, or we can go Tinkerer as well here. I have it saved with 2 ARs that are already set up for that, of course. But if I go, for instance, with something like Overdogs and I don't need it to be a non-named AR, I will likely swap this out to the Lexington that they have as well here, bringing that in, or maybe taking one of the exotics, because there are several ARs that are also good on the exotic end. An Elmo is perfectly fine, and a Bighorn is actually pretty strong. Strega situationally can be good as well. And we bring that in, and then, yeah, especially with the chest striker, we want to go with, if you have a stack broker, but we don't have that many of those yet. But then, as you can see, I have a whole selection of ACSs, a rock and roll, a lefty, or just an ACS 12. Each of them has their own benefits. The ACSs and the stack brokers, they only have 160 stacks basically in their magazine. A rock and roll does have 240 before it needs to reload. So yeah, it can be quite useful to have a rock and roll, especially for the 200 stack variants, but you can get by without as well. So we have all of our options available to us, and that is actually important with Striker. The Strikers is the thing that I grab when we need to get shit done. I've repeated this already a few times, but yeah, when the going gets tough, the tough grab their Strikers. And yeah, that is somewhat not the greatest thing out of a balance perspective. Striker still definitely is the top meta build. But nowadays, at least it has some competition. On the obliterate end of things, things like Coco and things like tipping skills can compete. Negotiator and Umbra could always already compete with it in sets things. For instance, Negotiator, if you have consistently multiple marks, and Umbra, especially because it can, for instance, with its ambush mechanics, can actually start much higher than Striker can, but Striker can get you up pretty quickly. On this build picture, yeah, everything's set up in red, and that means that it is also pretty easy to get together. That's also why it is a general recommended and also the first recommended on the build collection's recommended build list. And that is because you just need to get 4 pieces of Striker together. And honestly, at that point, with just some high ends and a decent enough weapon, you could jump into challenging and get by. Of course, optimizing everything up, getting it all set up correctly, getting an equalizer in there and some of the exotics and then good weapons to go with that. Yeah, that leaves you going into heroic and beyond. Overall, one of the most recommended builds and worth having. If nothing else, you want to have one just to use it in the moments that it is needed. That if you're doing something harder, usually, especially in a group setting, this would be the go-to for it. For solo play, don't be afraid to, for instance, also put a few blue cores in here or just stick a memento in there just for a little bit of survivability. But on the long terms, if I want that survivability, I'm just going to lean towards the tech tanks that we've already seen, and we'll see, for instance, a Heartbreaker one on this character that I have there. If I'm playing solo, that's more the builds I kind of go for. This for group settings and in Countdown and other content as retaliations in group settings and such. You kind of need this. This is the true, just general meta that most of the team should be running. And then preferably, for instance, in Legendary and such, they are supported with, for instance, 1 Foam Eclipse there, making their job easier. That is the go-to for getting some of the harder content done. For Legendary, my go-to is, chest strikers on 3 people and 1 person running a Foam Eclipse. Failing that, some form of healer could work well as well. Overall, you owe it to yourself to put one of these together, if nothing else, so you know what the top-end build in the game feels like. Even if you don't enjoy its playstyle, having tried it out a little bit will make you understand why it is the top meta. 7:30. We've talked about Strikers 4 times now. I've kind of ran out of things to say about it. Let's go here. Let's actually change my outfit and I'll catch up on chat a little bit. And then we go on to the next one, which is a high end. Memento. Sorry, I'm just gonna correct that there because Memento is the name of the item. There is an item called Momento in the game, but is a April Fool's item, and it's only there just to be an April Fool's item. I do recommend Memento for Striker, but not in just that setup. I take it all the way and just make it a tech tank as well. So if I'm going Memento, I'm doing more to it than just the Memento, because then we're going this. Now we've already covered this, but yeah, that one is mostly for, as I kind of said in the start as well, it's a go-to for groups and stuff. But yeah, if I'm going Memento, I'm going all the way. I'm going to get the tech tank, Memento, enough blue cores, Artificer plus shield and Technician for the Artificer, and that actually works out pretty well. Because adjust the Memento as well, gets you 2 tiers, can make for a decent enough shield, but it's not like will perfect blizzard work, what build should I run? Chameleon can just be used generally. You want that close range, you want to build that can get kind of close range. So for instance, that tech tank that we saw a second ago, with the Memento and the blue cores and stuff, that can get close. I used to actually run Chameleon on that one. Chameleon is still also good on that one. I know, perfect obliterate works fine with it, of course. That would be the go-to. But yeah, you would maybe want a shield and a few blue cores if nothing else. Maybe the Memento as well, and then maybe just the full tech tank variant we had there. The thing with the Chameleon though is, yeah, it has a wind up time to get its talents going. That kind of hurts it a little bit. But especially if you can keep, every time you get out of combat, if there's even a sliver left on the timer, so once it actually has triggered, although how many stacks you have also carries over, but if it already has been triggered and it's like running out, if you actually finish the fight under 45 seconds, it gets back to full. So that's the thing you kind of want to get going. There is some synergy there as well with the Exodus, which you might want to play around with. The Exodus, when you trigger the smoke bomb, you go out of combat, and that also resets that timer. So you can kind of use that. So yeah, I could maybe make a red striker like this with, yeah, you would go Equalizer plus Exodus, for instance. Maybe 2 blue cores and a shield, just to also be able to get close. Range is the biggest limitation on the Chameleon overall. Can you show me your go-to daylist? Hello, build please for some. Oh yeah, so honestly, actually, yeah, the Striker tech tank or the Heartbreaker tech tank. So, for instance, this one, Memento with Heartbreaker. Actually, well, I can give the other build picture as well. So basically either this, which is the Striker one, or actually I'll do 5.5. Is it 5.15 still? Actually, the other Heartbreaker would be easier. Yeah, 5. Either that or this. These are my go-tos for, and 515 is this one. 313 is that Striker again, or 314. So basically, these are effectively the same style of build, but just with different gear sets, different talents to go with it as well and stuff. So, but those are my go-to solo builds. Another one that I do like as well is Pestilence, but that one requires a little bit of understanding how to play red. Help with this range. No, it's not the optimal range that is bad at it. It's just effective range. It is a little bit too of a scatter shot. You can for instance stick in spot on, which is accuracy, to help it out, and some people like that, but honestly I feel that gives up too much. Like at that point I would just pick a different gun. Because yeah, if you try to mitigate like its accuracy, because that's actually like its effective range, not its actual optimal range, not the full-on stat. Once you start feeding into that, it's gonna fall behind other choices quite quickly. Because at that point it becomes like, okay, why not just grab a SMG if we want to be that short range? And then also like, oh, if we want more range, why not grab a weapon that, you know, a Elmo or something? Well, it's not IKEA. it's IKEA. It's with 2 eyes. But no, that's it's doesn't have much to do with IKEA, with the store. But yeah, my actual name I've already I've put that out before already. It's not a secret or anything. Yeah, my real name is Kia, so IKEA. It's as simple as that. And then also, yeah, it's play on that, and also like on iPad, iPhone kind of thing, right? So it was a play on some stuff like that. If I run Coyotes or TPC unit alloys, both are okay. Coyote in a team, especially if nobody else is running it. But two-piece unit alloys is actually close enough to a Coyote that you could run that as well. Or well, you would want Equalizer definitely to be one of those pieces. And thank you there, Andy, for the kind words. No, and yeah, the higher picks are mostly Overdogs and Tinkerer. Indeed, I am IKEA. Or well, I am Kia. Yeah. Catch up on this end as well, and yeah, let's go record this real quick. Oh, what it does. Transforming the right. I never use it since, so doesn't matter then, right? Like if it's for everybody else also going into the stash. And then for the experienced players that already had them, it's a bunch of exotic components. What do you think? Rifles build could just more consistent. Something the whole point. Well, happy it worked there out there, Zaza. Yeah, let's go and let's go and record this one. Did I change the loadout there? Change my apparel, right? Yeah. Change the building game. Oh, yeah. And here we come to a high-end red setup for ARs and centered around glass. Now, glass high-end reds are definitely one of the go-tos, at least for the high-end section. We used to, of course, usually go Contractors, Fox, Gift, Sacrifice, another piece of Providence or Grupo, and then Coyote. That was the go-to for the longest of time. Nowadays, of course, we do have other options, and the big one is, of course, Overdogs ever since it came in. We're also showing it here with Tinker, which is, of course, an option. Coyote, still also an option for this. But yeah, taking Sacrifice and the Gift, perfect Glass Cannon, and perfect Vigilance. The perfect Glass Cannon definitely is worth it. The perfect Vigilance, at least the perfect Vigilance side of things, not per se, that one is just a second difference, but that is still a second earlier on the full DPS of it coming back. The Gift, though, is a harder piece to get as it is a DZ item. That means that most people will get it out of named caches, especially. You can also, of course, get the blueprint for it from reconstructed caches and such, but it doesn't drop just generally from targeted pool. For drops side of things, it's only in the DZ. That's why some people call them DZ exclusives. I disagree. They're not really exclusive to the DZ, haven't been for forever. Most people will get them through name caches. Sometimes, for instance, even the countdown third slot can sometimes be DZ items as well. Here we're laying it up, with two-piece unit alloys, especially that two-piece unit is actually really strong, 20% AR, making for, if we're going with an AR build, it's one of the better choices. That first piece being 5% rate of fire is also very competitive with, for instance, Cheska and Grupa and such. It is definitely one of the choices there, but yeah, that 20% we can get on the two-piece, that's actually much, much, much larger than anything else we could choose. Numbers-wise, here we are still going with the Fox's Spur. The Fox's Spur, even on the AR end, is basically, we could, for instance, go with other pieces here, like Fenris, of course, and such. Those do catch up a little bit with high grading. They are basically around the same number as the Fox's Spur. But then actually, I'm taking the Fox's Spur here just to also open it up for that secondary, because actually that secondary then performs a little bit better with the Fox's Spur than, for instance, we went with Fenris here. Cheska doesn't work out too well here just because we already have some crit chance from the two-piece on the Providence. That's really why we are going that second piece of Providence. That first piece really gets us just that Sacrifice, the perfect version of Glass Cannon, which is 5% more. That makes up for this piece. That then also opens up that second piece being the Gift. And if we have the option of it, we go there, of course. Otherwise, this could just also be a Cheska backpack with Vigilance. If we take it into the game, we see actually that this one is also saved to give me some options. We're actually actually saving it with 3 pieces of Eminence Armaments. That glove that I have there is also Eminence Armaments. That means that either I can just run it like this, and we're running 3-piece Eminence Armaments for a little bit larger of a magazine on that AR. But most of the time I do end up finding myself using it in, using one of those exotics in here. So either we bring in the Overdogs or the Coyote or the Tinker or even, Centurion, Exodus, all of the usable ones. Even Memento could go into here. If we go with Tinker, of course, we swap out the weapons to be 2 high ends. And here with the Overdogs, we don't really need to swap out much else. It is definitely set up to go with the Overdogs first. High ends in general, really, especially on the red end, are no longer, for the longest of time, have not really been competitive against the gear sets for general play. There's still some content where the high ends, where especially the stacking of Striker, for instance, doesn't work out. But honestly, nowadays, even for those places, we could make other choices. But for general use, this works out. But for instance, in Iron Horse, the recommendation is still, for instance, to go high-end red. And this would be a better high-end red than the previous variants that we had. But honestly, I would just go Umbra, maybe. For a lot of those fights, Umbra can output a lot more than this high-end really can reach. And we would be able to just use its ambush tactics, as we know when the enemy is going to spawn and such. But that consideration hasn't, in my opinion, really, gone through that. We're using it as an old, reliable kind of standby. And it works out well enough for that. Now here, it all being red pieces, and except for that backpack, not too hard to get. That means that, it is an easy enough build to put together, but still a little bit harder than the gear sets. The gear sets, of course, having just 1 stat makes them a little bit easier. And from the perspective of, getting the damage out of it, definitely for instance, with the Strikers, Strikers at around 50 stacks start beating the glass with an Obliterate Striker. We start beating a glass variant like this. Because of that, we don't use them much anymore, and they've kind of gone by the wayside. I still keep some high ends around, and then actually what I find, for instance, there are some that are definitely useful. The Lengmo Pestilence variant, for instance, is a high end. That one is set up to get good ticks out of the Pestilence, but even that has competition now from Coco, from Concentrated Company. The one thing that I would actually use this one a little bit more for, and I might actually set it up in that way, is at least if we're taking it for that 3-piece unit alloys to get that magazine size, and I might actually swap out this Fox's Prayer for that. We at least get something unique out of it where we have a larger mag to go with it. And I might actually set it up with that, because I've been running it a little bit here and there, and especially on the high end that we saw in Character 3, where we're taking Obliterate. There we're taking, of course, Perfect Obliterate with the Equalizer. We have it with the 3 pieces of unit alloys set up there. And that at least gives it something unique that most of the other gear sets don't get to have, because we can take that 3-piece on gear sets, but most of the time we would need to bring that in with a Ninja Backpack, and the Ninja Backpack costs a lot more and effectively puts the gear set at the level of this build anyway. Overall, an easy enough build to put together, but not highly recommended anymore. There are still some places where there is value to these builds, but honestly, I feel in most cases, if you really look at it, you might be able to find a gear set that would outcompete it by a severe amount. And because of that, they are hard to recommend, but they are still very effective. There is no, especially this glass vigilance variant, there's effectively no stacking to it. Some people like that, but then again, just 1 mag in on a Striker surpasses this by quite a lot. Because of that, they have gone by the wayside, but still they do make an appearance here in the build collection. And Damned with Faint Praise, which that's high-end reds for you nowadays. Did I say IA at some point? Wouldn't surprise me if I said it wrong. Because this also, just in my brain, reads as IA. That's why I try saying unit most of the time. But I might have not said that there. But I'm fine with that. If it's mistaken once, I said unit like a dozen times in there. So I don't think anybody's gonna be able to, or will misconstrue it. Also, the build picture is there, so they can always follow that. Because Imminence Armaments and Unit Alloys, their logos are also way too close to each other, kind of like Hotshot and Ongoing. Yeah, next stress, next of this. When you were talking about so the pieces, I should leave a lesson here. Because also I might have just like not pronounced it much. But yeah, I'm not going to re-record that. That build is not worth it. Anything else we could choose. Numbers wise, yeah, with 2-piece unit alloys, especially that 2-piece unit is actually really strong, 20% AR. But yeah, taking sacrifice and the gift, perfect glass cannon definitely is one side of things. Not per se, that one is just of course overdogs solely from targeted. It's a great, they're not. Here we're laying it up, yeah, with 2-piece unit alloys as such. It is definitely one with the Fox's Spear. Also be a Cheska backpack magazine on that AR. There we're putting in the Overdogs or the Coyote or the Tinker magazine on that AR. Imminence Armaments. That glove that I have there is also Imminence Armaments. Oh, I do say Imminence Armaments outright. God damn it. Yeah, no, that needs to be re-recorded. If I said just IA, that I would be fine with. Saying outright Imminence Armaments is going to be confusing. Yeah. Because I got that in my head at some point, and then that's what you get for the logos being way too close to each other. Guess we're recording that because that is a bit more than just IA. Yeah, but that will be confusing. There was something else. Indeed. In it alloys. Oh, and also I just mix up stuff all the time anyway. That's not an uncommon thing. But yeah. Yeah. Unit alloys. No imminent armament. And I'm here to give you only the armament. Yeah. Let's go again. Well, I'm also gonna make it so much shorter. Because this build doesn't need 7 minutes. 4.03. And then on 4.03, on most of the 0.03s on my characters, I have a high-end build. And here it is, of course, the same. On other characters, we have already seen, for instance, the Pestilence build, which is the Langmo setup for the Pestilence. That can be, for instance, a really good high-end build. On several others, we have talked about that the high-ends really don't compete against the gear sets much anymore. That is true here as well. With 2-piece unit alloys that we have gotten from this season, this has improved a little bit in comparison to what it used to be, but not by enough to be competitive really with these high ends are basically not competitive against a lot of the gear sets. For comparison, for instance, a Striker now with especially its perfect obliterate, because it has also gained that, of course, versus this with unit alloys, 2-piece unit alloys on this, increasing its damage a little bit. At around 50 stacks, the obliterate Striker starts beating this with the same overdogs alongside of it, starts beating this glass high end. And because of that, Striker can get to 50 stacks really quickly. That is halfway. And then, of course, that's 50 stacks to go to get even more damage over this. There are still some places where this consider that this is a good idea. I think actually that those places, especially for instance raids and such, where that gets brought up, they just, I would think that maybe nowadays, although the thing would be you would need multiple builds to kind of compete with this, because this can just be a standard all around, will work for everything and will do its damage. It doesn't have any stacking to it. It can lose its vigilance, but it doesn't have any stacking mechanics to it. And that can be the strength of it. But for instance, Umbra can stack anywhere and can stand up out of cover and do a lot more damage than this. A lot more damage than this. Because of that, yeah, I consider these kind of, an elegant weapon from a bygone age. But also not as strong as just, blasters. This setup, as we have it here, is set up to be with the sacrifice. When we're taking the sacrifice, the gift becomes a really good option. The sacrifice is generally available in all of the loot pools. You can just farm Providence for it, and then you get that. Gift, though, is not in that same general Providence targeted loot pool. It is one of the so-called DZ/PvP items, as I call them. Some people call them DZ exclusives. They are not exclusive to the DZ, so just because of that confusion, I tend to not call them that. Most people will get these through named caches. You can also get the blueprints from the reconstructed caches for all of the named items, of course, including the whole DZ set. Sometimes they're also even on the countdown third slot of that vendor that sometimes sells DZ items. But the DZ items are somewhat harder to get because you can't just farm, for instance, in target loot in Countdown or just in the open world and such for this. But you could also replace this with a Cheska backpack with normal vigilance. The only difference between normal and perfect vigilance is that perfect vigilance comes back 1 second faster after 3 seconds after being hit. Normal vigilance comes back after 4 seconds after it's been hit. 1 extra second is not a complete game changer, not in the same way that, for instance, perfect glass. Generally, if we are going glass, we're going to go perfect glass because that 5% extra that we get on the talent really does make a difference. Here, of course, we're not getting extra damage, just a shorter duration before it comes back. Because of that, that can be replaced. Just a normal Providence backpack or, for instance, Cheska would be the same bonus as we're taking this as the second piece of Providence for that 8% crit chance that it has. Here, though, even though we've dropped crit damage quite a bit, Fox's Prayer is still the go-to in this setup, even though on the other one, where we were running unit alloys together with just the Equalizer, the high-end Obliterate variant of a similar build that we saw in Character 3, there we were choosing to go Cheska and Grupo, and that is because we were dropping our crit chance just below kind of the threshold that Fox's Prayer beats out Cheska or Grupo. Here, it is still a little bit ahead, mostly as well as we are still getting effectively that 8% crit chance that we have here through the gift. And laying it up-wise, crit-wise, actually, Cheska doesn't fit in well, so we'd have to go Grupo. And Grupo just barely doesn't beat Fox's Prayer on the AR. And then, of course, this Fox's Prayer actually helps out with my secondary here with a rifle. Because these kind of setups can be good for any weapon type. We could have basically anything here. With a glass one, I would want a little bit of distance. SMGs wouldn't be my choice, but yeah, ARs, LMGs, and especially rifles as well fit in good on these type of builds. And we do want to have a split weapon system as just, if we run out of ammo here, we can just move on to the rifle or, for instance, an SMG or an LMG. If we take it into onto the character just to see the build itself, we see actually that it is saved a little bit differently. Here we have 3 pieces of unit alloys and one of them being in that glove slot. This again to kind of give me options because yeah, with this we could take different exotics than we saw there. We can take Overdogs, but we can also take things like Tinkerer or Coyote or Centurion or basically any again of those exotics. Even a Memento could go into here. Because of that, I have it saved up like this, and then yeah, I can always bring in the Overdogs if I want to have that. But also I can even run it with this 3-piece because we of course from that get this extra mag size. And actually, with the high-ends, I feel that's maybe the thing that they can do a little bit, where we go for the extra mag size. The third piece here is kind of cheaper than, for instance, when we would try to do it with the gear set. With a gear set, really the only way to get to that third piece unit alloys is to take the Ninja Bike, of course. When we take that Ninja Bike, we're giving up the backpack talent, and that costs a lot. Here, of course, we don't need to take the Ninja Bike. We don't need to give up a backpack talent to get those 3 pieces with this high-end. So I feel that's the thing that the high-ends then can do. And then what I was considering, but I haven't implemented, and likely I won't per se implement, because overall these builds are not, to me, high priority. I take them sometimes, and most of the time it's just like, oh, how quaint. The good old times. Remember back in the day when this was our top build? and not, for instance, think, for instance, nowadays with tipping skills and strikers and even concentrated company and other very powerful builds being way ahead of this. It's kind of quaint to go back to simpler times, even with new additions like the unit alloys in there. But yeah, that's not a good recommendation, of course. We don't drive around in cars from the 1950s and go like, oh, this is great. This is better than the comfort of air conditioning and soft seats and airbags and seat belts that don't throw you out of the window. That rant aside, if we go back to the picture, yeah, it is kind of easy enough to put together. These are red pieces that we're keeping mostly red. The names aren't too hard to get, with the exception of that gift, but that gift can be replaced. We do definitely want to go sacrifice. If we're going glass, we're going that route. We already saw an obliterate version where we're taking basically a 3-piece of unit alloys, and then this piece becomes the equalizer instead. So you can lay it out like that if you want that kind of playstyle instead. It does fit all weapon types, so we can go with many choices there, but of course, yeah, AR is one of our straight up go-tos. Not per se highly recommended, as we kind of joked about there, but still they do have their place and might be worth considering just to kind of get a feel for, again, a bygone time where this was the top build. I have no idea. I'm not timing myself, but that was 8:14. 8 is my target for most of these. But also, I'm not gonna per se time myself or anything, because that makes it worse. That doesn't make it better. It's fine. Because we kind of went on some tangents there. Let's say Cavalier and this thing. I need a quick bio break again. Let me catch up here. I mean, I can always speed it up if I really wanted to. Just play it back at 150 speed. 8 minutes. Oh yeah. The set didn't need it, but my ranting did. But yeah, we basically hit the same 8 minutes. Let me take a quick bio break and then I'll be right back and then we continue on. Do it. Let's measure some assembly. Use helium. I think you'll find that the pitch that doesn't actually make it up faster. It's just your pitch going up. Because I'm also going to talk about it like this, but that would get annoying after a few minutes because I can talk really, really fast in this voice, but But I don't think that would make for a good video. I think most people would turn off after 1 minute. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, sorry, 3-piece. Oh, Walker Harris. This part has vigilance, 2-piece units. 3-piece Walker Harris is not worth, especially with ARs, would not be worth it. As the 3-piece Walker Harris bonuses, especially like the DTH that you get there, you already have DTH with ARs. And if you're going unit 2-piece unit alloy, you're going AR. But yeah, I've an obliterate variant of it, but yeah, Cheska group alongside it. 3-piece unit, 3-piece unit with Cheska Grupo overdogs. Walker Harris is just in general not worth it. In outside of if you're doing something with the weapon damage, that's the only places. That's why it does go into Headhunter and stuff sometimes, but usually in the form of Chainkiller. And Chainkiller is usually more for the second. Yeah, let's go. 4.0. And we come to 404, build not found. No, it is a measured assembly, of course. And this will be actually one of the upcoming build showcases that we'll go through is going to be with FIs and MAs, as we'll go over full healers. And this is truly one of the full healers of the game, especially set up like this, where we're taking it with a lot of repair skills and some skill haste alongside of it. And we're pointing it all towards being a healer that can actually heal quite a lot in comparison to, for instance, combat medics, or even things like red FI or such. This can actually, for instance, this could heal a raid. Now, usually we, of course, stick a FI there, especially for the bonuses that it has. The benefits of MA is that it can actually disable a lot of mechanical things, especially proxies. This can delete mini tanks, for instance, in some fights. And actually, as one of the notable ones in the Lovebirds fight in the Incursion, it can actually delete the drone at the end, which is a very admirable trait. The one thing I wish they would do for Measured Assembly, as it can delete drones that come into the range of either of its skills, as that is the thing that one of the things that Measured Assembly does is remove proxies that get within the range of either the Hive or the smart cover that it has. But it doesn't remove, for instance, grenades and such. The way that last season's Batter Up, if you were hit by an airburst or such, it would just get eaten by Batter Up. That was one of the strongest passives, I feel, that we've had, defensive passives at least, that we've had in forever. And I would love for them to kind of roll that into Measured Assembly. That would help quite a lot if it could also take care of grenades getting into the range. Overall, Measured Assembly is pretty strong. If you take the chest, you make it that you overcharge more often, because depending on how many people are within your Hive and your smart cover, you will overcharge. You will get skill tiers and you will overcharge. The chest helps with that. The backpack makes it so that you delete things more often, so that for instance, instead of every 10 seconds, every second, you remove a proxy that is within the range of your skills. That situationally can definitely be a choice, and that's also why we have an alternate setup shown here, where we're taking Ferocious Calm and then that backpack. For general play, and that's kind of usually how I set up my build pictures, is for general play. Yeah, I don't tend to prefer that backpack because we can have very powerful talents there instead, of course. Things like Hermano, things like Opportunistic, for general play will work out much better because we are still deleting things once in a while, just not as much. And then the chest giving us overcharge quite often, especially when that feeds into the smart cover, is pretty strong. If we take it into the game, though, we can see actually that, again, as a lot of these builds are, it is saved with 5 pieces. All surrounding that BTSU glove, I'm always going to take that BTSU glove. That is a very strong tool, especially as the gear set itself as well wants you to have a hive. We can pair that with the BTSU glove to have an overcharge, and then even here, of course, if we have enough allies in range of us, we can make that a supercharge, as it overcharges the entire team if we are 6 skill tiers. Now, the way that works is, yeah, depending on how many ally agents are within the range of our skills, we gain skill tiers, and then this set as well will overcharge us. The thing is, though, yeah, the set itself will only overcharge us, but with the BTSU data glove, we can overcharge the entirety of the team, especially in a raid setting, or for instance in countdown or such. That is, of course, 7 other players. That's really strong. I am taking the 5 piece, of course, to give myself the options that I want to have. So for instance, here I do have the backpack at the ready, as we added there with the perfect overclock. I also even have a setup here ready with perfect opportunistic, so either of those could go in. But also I could keep the backpack if we want to have that very quick removal of enemy proxies and such. We'll take the backpack, and then instead we would take the ferocious calm that I have here at the ready as well. So giving myself the options of how I want to set it up. And in most of these cases, yeah, we're taking it with 2 blue cores, and then effectively I am not taking it also with technician. I am taking it with survivalist for that outgoing healing. And then I'm relying that there's at least going to be 2 allies within my skills. And yeah, that should be doable, I feel. 2 out of the 3 allies in a 4-man team should be at least, yeah, one of them I'll throw a hive under, the other will put a smart cover under, and yeah, that should cover me enough. And then yeah, if we are in that form, we will overcharge, and especially I do like that chest, as it does apply our overcharge more often. And especially just having that BTSU data glove is a no-brainer to me, and I want to always have that option. That's why we either take the chest or the backpack, just to open up that slot. We could also go with, for instance, yeah, Ferocious Calm, and then for instance Hermano or the setup. We would be foregoing the BTSU data glove, and I really like this as a tool, especially if we are going with hive anyway, because the gear set likes having that hive already. Going back to the build picture, the way that we have it set up there is one of the pretty easy ways of getting a healer together. FI, as counter to this, what it does especially is buff the team with total weapon and total skill damage, increasing their damage when they are at full armor. That one generally gets used more because that buff is pretty strong. We don't need really strong healing in this game. What we definitely want is enough healing to take care of things that this build does this too. FI does that as well. And then we want to buff or in other ways help the team. Now, in the case of FI, it buffs through damage, and then usually as well, we have the same choices of backpack talents of either going setup or Hermano, and then, for instance, sledging enemies and scorpioing enemies, and for instance, having smart cover there to give even more damage to our allies. In the case of Measured Assembly, we're giving up only just that group buff total weapon damage, total skill damage that it has, and instead we're deleting some of the proxies that are around, and especially, for instance, deleting mini tanks, deleting turrets, and deleting incoming drones and such can actually be pretty strong. And then we're, yeah, can basically provide the same set of other things in the sledge, in the Scorpio, in the Hermano, in the setup, and the smart cover, of course. So it is between those two. I feel Measured Assembly in some fights can be much more consistent, but FI will consistently be faster. So that is the considerations there. Measured Assembly is definitely worth considering. It is pretty easy to put together, especially because here, getting those skill tiers through the gear set means we can keep the setup with the blue core, we can keep the Hermano with the blue core, even though we can see that actually I have this coming from a different build in the past where it was with a yellow core already. We could, for instance, just have a Hermano where we have either skill haste or repair skills, put the other skill as other stat there, and we don't need to recore it, because that's of course usually the harder pieces to find. To find these pieces with the right stats so we can record them is usually harder, and then you can forego that even without going technician. Overall, well worth considering if you are into that playing a full healer kind of play. They are situational because, for instance, on heroic and such, I would never consider really running a build like this. This would be more, for instance, for incursions, raids, or maybe legendary and masters. In heroic, I would much more consider going a combat medic that can do its own damage and still has more than enough healing. Overall, though, pretty easy to put together and can be gotten together to play, for instance, for people that enjoy playing that support role is one of the go-tos. Rambly. I mean, I'm just kind of tired mentally, aren't I? It's fine. He's fine. Let me catch up here. Oh, the 2 pieces. I guess. Well, no, you wouldn't want to go gift by itself. Gift is only really worth it with sacrifice. You could go the other layout, which is where's that? That was the glass version. If you're going sacrifice, you're going like sacrifice gift makes sense because you're going 2 piece of Providence. If you aren't going sacrifice, where's this thing? 3.03. Then go this, just Grupo Cheska. So you go either 2 or 3 piece unit alloys. You go 2 piece or 3 piece unit alloys because this also could be the Cheska could move here and this could be a Fox's Prayer. But yeah, you kind of that kind of stuff. Walker and Harris is just not worth it. The 1 piece is bad. The 2 piece is still not great. 5 DTA is not a lot. 5 weapon damage is much less than everything else. The 3 piece can be worth it, but not when you're going AR. The 3 piece can be worth it if you're going, because ARs already have a lot of DTH. The 3 piece can be worth it if you're going basically anything but an AR. Because you already have 21% of it. Adding 10% to that, it doesn't work out too well. But yeah, you could go if you want to go that. But also remember, as I was kind of, I don't know if you caught the end of my spiel earlier on when we were talking about that build. High ends aren't per se worth it. Generally, the gear sets have them beat by enough that it's basically not worth making high ends unless you have a specific thing that you want to do with them. For some specific things, they make sense still, but those are few and far between. Let's change the outfit as well. Let's go back here. You can see in the entrance of the lever first, and the set will eat all the mortars. No, so the mortars it doesn't eat is the annoying thing. But you can go into that because the mortars in most of the game because it says it eats mortars. That's mostly just the actual mortar turret that in PvE is only rogues. In PvP it is it is used a lot. Because the mortars are actually just a visual thing, and then there's an explosion. The 2 things are not actually linked. Because of that, it doesn't eat them. But what it does eat is the drone and the sniper turret and the healing box that goes down. But you still just go you just rush in, go into the underneath the entrance in front of the door of the box. And then, the second the drone is not immune, it will eat it. The second the sniper turret goes out, as long as it lands within the range of the hive, it will be eaten. And if Johnson gets his healing box down, that will be eaten as well. But not the mortars, annoyingly. I will also delete the shock traps. Yeah, that was good, but a little long, but good enough. But there's also, with some of these builds, there's just a lot to explain. And I'm fine with it. And at this point, everybody else is as well. Otherwise, they would have gone away. my subs would be going down instead of up. Yeah, so 4.05. And going on to 4.05, we see this character's Eclipse. As with most characters, they have on the 0.05, they have either an Eclipse or an Eclipse-like build with, like, for instance, character 2 having a refactor that is set up for status effects. On this one, we are showing it as an Eclipse setup for foam, as a foam Eclipse. Here set up with Creeping Death on a Courier, and then, yeah, an Improvised Glove. Eclipse is a really strong gear set where if any status effect applied by the person running this gear set, and that includes their skills, but even, for instance, if we apply it to the Scorpio or our grenade or such, all of those will be, when the enemy dies with that status effect, will be spread around. So the thing that this one especially set up for is to use that foam chem that it has here, and that foam chem will go out. It will already be spread when it hits an enemy in a radius because of the Courier, and that will already spread it right away. And then any enemy killed with it will keep spreading it to further enemies as long as they weren't already foamed, because it won't extend the duration of the foam every time it spreads. It will just, if they aren't foamed at that time, it will foam them if there was still a foam on the person dying. This is one of the go-tos for legendary and even, for instance, master missions for sections. As a running foam, what it does is open up for a few seconds, opens up a gap for the Reds to just do all of the damage that they can. Eventually, enemies that are foamed will start shooting back. They will be, confused for a few seconds, but eventually they will gather their senses and start shooting back at us. But those few seconds is generally all we need. And then, yeah, it will keep them in place, make them easy targets for our allies. They won't just be jumping into cover. And because of that, this is one of the go-tos, for instance, for clearing legendaries. One of these with 3 generally strikers, but any hard-hitting build alongside of it is our go-to, for instance, for clearing any of the legendaries. And the way that we have it set up here is especially as well. Creeping Death here, while it might not be clear why we also go that Creeping Death, is door boundaries. One of the things is, especially when a wave spawns, we have a door boundary. There is basically an inside to the door and an outside to the door, very obviously, but there's a boundary in between it. So if this side is the enemies inside of the door and this side is the enemies outside of the door, when they're running out and, 2 got out, 2 are still within the door, if we send the foam and we hit the outside of the door, we will only foam these enemies outside. Creeping Death then will spread it all around and will foam everybody there. And because of that, that's important to have Creeping Death. That's the main purpose of Creeping Death, actually. Because otherwise, if we were to foam like that, if it hits the outside, if we don't have Creeping Death, it won't spread. Those other enemies are basically going to run out and start shooting at our allies because they are not foamed. That foam will either hit the outside of the door or the inside of the door, not both. The boundary is always separated. That is also true, for instance, for explosive skills and such, and that's a very important mechanic to understand. Especially in Legendary, that is kind of the way that we play. We try to spawn camp as much as possible, because the second we let the enemies get out and do their thing, we get into trouble. Legendary is pretty easy if you kill faster than they can kill you. That's the main go-to nowadays for clearing out Legendaries. And here as well, we're using an Improvised Glove. We could, of course, we're using it here with a Skill Haste. Hanayu would be the replacement for this if you don't want to invest in an Improvised Glove, because Hanayu would be 10% skill haste, but here with Improvised, we're gaining 2% more skill haste by taking a mod that is 12% skill haste. So a minor increase, but also one that I actually don't end up using much. Because generally the go-to for me is that we do take the Courier, and then I actually take, again, the BTSU Data Glove. As we discussed, that BTSU Data Glove, especially for resetting hives for allies in Legendary and such, is very strong. I can, of course, also use it with a healing hive then, and I can then do basically a little bit of healing, and then also a still strong foam. And that's usually my go-to for it. If we take it into the game, it is actually exactly saved as shown on that build picture, because of course the BTSU that I have is always in my inventory. But as stated, even though I have it here saved with foam and EMP, One of the ways I go with it is, yeah, to take that BTSU glove, and I find myself more and more actually running it that way, to a degree that maybe in the future, if you look at that build picture, if you're watching this video in the future, that might not be the build picture anymore and might be with this BTSU. There's also an Eclipse recommended folder, as with some of the other gear sets, and in there, this variation is there, together with that as well. In the recommended build list, if you scroll down far enough, there are some recommendations, for instance, for Legendary and such, and there it's also shown. Here, yeah, so I would take the BTSU, I would take a Healing Hive alongside of it, giving me the option to heal a little bit, because, yeah, we don't have much in the form of repair skill, but enough to kind of keep my allies topped off, and then, yeah, we can BTSU overcharge, and, yeah, with a coordinated team, smart covers, pulses can go out, invincible shields can be pulled out. Those things are very powerful. But really, the other side also needs to know that they can do those kind of things. Because if everybody doesn't use their skills at all, then yeah, that's kind of a little bit more wasted. But if nothing else, it does reset their hives. So if multiple people have been down, you can reset their hives and give them another extra chance. And that can be very useful in Master and Legendary and such. We are taking the Scorpio just to apply a little bit more status effects. We are taking a Lefty just to apply sledges when we can. That's also why we are Survivalist. The Survivalist, of course, as well. We are applying status effects to enemies. All of my allies on my subgroup do get the bonus 10%. I don't. That bonus does not apply to me, but to my allies, 10% to status affected enemies. The plan is to status affect everyone, so yeah, that 10% is really strong. But also it gives me the flame grenades, which we can use to sledge much more easily, of course. Overall, this is one of the go-tos to have if you want to go into Legendary, but this needs to be ran by a person that is experienced with the Legendary. So this isn't per se a starter build for that, because it isn't actually the easiest role. For an experienced player, it is actually easier than playing a shooty role, but it needs to have an experienced player because you need to know what to do basically in every room. You need to know where they spawn to catch them at the door, because if they get out, that's kind of on you. You have one job, and that's to keep the enemy basically stuck as close to their spawn point and ready to be shot by your allies as much as possible. Overall, there are, for instance, out there several guides. For instance, Toasty, a friend of the channel's, does have foaming guides for all of the legendaries, going through the legendary and explaining where to go and what to foam and how to play it. And yeah, those can be highly recommended if you want to have this playstyle. These are quintessentially one of the most powerful builds to have around, also just for the fire version. And actually, the thing is, on this character, I have all the pieces as well as I have, for instance, with the glass one, I already showed that we can make it the normal variant as well. If I go back to just that improvised glove, I do have the backpack for it, actually, that one. And I do have a Val mask in here, which is this one. And now it looks, of course, like a fire eclipse. And then, yeah, I swap out the foam for a fire. This becomes a Stinger Hive most of the time for me, and now it is just a fire eclipse. It doesn't have that electric piece, but yeah, that extra skill haste is fine there as well. And if I really need to, I can go grab one from the stash. So overall, with that setup as well, you can very quickly swap it out to a fire eclipse, and of course for heroic and such, I much prefer a fire eclipse there as well. If we go back to the build picture real quick, yeah, it is a very overall a pretty easy build to get together. There are a lot of parts to it because, yeah, you do want the Scorpio, you do want the Lefty, so you do need to go get those, but neither is hard to get. Scorpio is in the general loot pool. Lefty is just a general shotgun, so yeah, targeted shotguns for both. The Courier drops quite a lot, but you would need one that is with a skill tier, especially for taking Survivalist. You can take Technician and keep it the blue core, but you are giving up a little bit, even though you're there gaining Faraday, which is also actually a tactic that we do sometimes use. The Faraday with the Hive, where it can protect your allies from being shocked or disrupted. But the rest of the pieces are pretty easy. This is a yellow course skills or a skill tiered gear set. And because of that, we just get it always with the skill tier. We just put the stat alongside of it. A few mods into there. The improvised piece can be replaced with a Hanny U piece, which is likely easier to farm and yeah, pretty easy piece to get. The improvised one will likely cost you a lot of crafting and then also will likely cost you a lot in this optimization. But that tiny little 2%, yeah, if we're min-maxing, we're min-maxing, right? Overall, the Courier would be one of the harder pieces. One thing to consider as well, you can also go setup. There are some places where, yeah, courier is not actually the preferred choice, especially some of the bosses and such. There we could take the setup, and I do actually have that on that character to go with the setup. Hermano can also be a choice for its bonuses. And overall, definitely a build worth considering, especially if you're going into some of the harder content, but you also need that experience. You generally want to have ran the legendaries a few times as a red, and then in the future, basically, once you've understood all of the spawns and kind of the mechanics of each of those masters and legendaries, then the foam eclipse can be your role. And I'm kind of stumbling over words sometimes, which is annoying. That was 10, but that's also like one of the bigger builds. That's fine. We can recoup sometimes, not on this one, that but on some of the other ones we'll recoup sometime. This is 6, right? Recommendations, for instance, for legendary and such, and there it's also shown. I should link to Toasty as well, so in that. Yeah. The Master Mission solo? No. I'm generally not a big fan of doing any of those kind of missions solo. They're so much easier in a group. So I tend to just do them in group. I did like the first 2 solo. The others, they didn't really, because they're not per se, at least to me, they don't seem hard. They just seem tedious. You would just have to play. You would just need to get through it, especially if you're going with PFEs and stuff. For instance, the Keiko fight on Master can be hard because, you know, a sniper in the back, but they're more tedious than hard, I feel. Although, well, you could try to do them with reds and then they would be hard. I would just go PFE. Lazy at that. Exactly. Especially for those missions. It's need for time version. I mean, yeah, the loot wise, none of those missions is per se worth it anyway. Let me catch up. The bug was fun. Which one? Because each master mission has had a lot of weirdnesses. Does Beacon just work with Coco's set? In what way? Just in like actual having some synergy? Not really. Do the stats work? Yeah. I mean, the beacon is just going to work as long as you're close enough to allies and stuff. It wouldn't per se, because yeah, Coco like does want to be played in a group, but it doesn't per se want to be close to allies or anything. Because most of the time I wouldn't per se fit that on a red build anyway, because generally with a red build I want to kind of keep my separation from my allies and kind of find, you know, different angles. Like if I see most people going this way, I'm gonna on purpose go a different way most of the time, just to kind of have, you know, have different angles to shoot the enemy from, to have a little bit of separation. But from a just technical point, yeah, the beacon just works in general. You could run it on there, but it wouldn't per se be the build I would pick for it. It would also be better on a build like, yeah, that is already a support build, like a healer or something, because then you can kind of concentrate on being close to other players. Because if you're running your own red build, it's kind of hard to keep track of everybody and try to be close to them. At least I find it quite often. You know, you want to be focused on just doing some damage. So these, yeah. But yeah, also, yeah, if you're doing them solo, it's you're doing them for the challenge. So same for the legendaries. If you're doing them solo, It's just for the extra challenge. Yeah. Or well, the other items from the masters. Yeah, let's take it back here. Next up, we have Coco. We go Coco for Cocoa Puffs. Yeah. 4.06, yeah. Let's do, because yeah, we'll do up to 4.08. So this one and two builds after, and then we're gonna go and play around a little bit. And then the rest of it I'll record this evening. Yeah. And with 4.06, we have a Cocoa Concentrated Company Turdro build. And yeah, Turdro builds, shortened of both the turret and the drone smashed together, kind of implies also what they are for. They are halfway onto the turret and the drone, and they aren't as full into it as a turret and drone build. They are hybrids. And they are keeping a lot of weapon damage. That's kind of the intent with it. So we're kind of taking some skill tiers here. Those are going towards the turret and the drone. We're taking the capacitor, which especially here actually is the top weapon to pick just from the shooting end as well, but also feeds a little bit in skill damage, making our turret and drone a 6 skill tier. So from a health perspective, they are actually pretty strong. From a damaging perspective, we aren't feeding that much skill damage into it, even though we are taking glass as well, just so it applies both to the skills and to our gun. And because all of that, they do some damage, a little bit of damage, enough to be very annoying to the enemy. And because of that, very good decoys. And then what we have is that the rest of it goes into crit chance and crit damage with a memento here as well. And that feeds into the capacitor to do a decent amount of damage there. The capacitor, of course, recoups for each skill tier that we have, recoups 7.5 weapon damage. The technician as well is there to give another skill tier. And of course, that skill tier feeds into that, but also lets us have a full red sacrifice here. Turret drone hybrids like this, I do have a lot of them in my collection. We've already seen a negotiator one, we've already seen a striker one, and yeah, we also now have a Coco. We've gone Coco for Cocoa Puffs, and yeah, we've added 2 Coco variants that are a turret drone hybrid and then the combat medic. On character tree, we already saw as well having the striker turret drone hybrid and the striker combat medic next to each other, or on the same character at the very least, but in my case they're next to each other in the loadout slots. That means that they can share some of the pieces, and here we have that as well. The mask, the holster, and the knee pad is shared actually between the combat medic and this turret drone hybrid, making that we're reusing some of the parts, and because of that we save a little bit on loadout slots. We are of course taking the memento. The memento in all of these turret drone hybrids is really strong. There's only the one place where I forgo it, which is the negotiator variant that we have, and there the negotiator backpack kind of brings a unique thing to that negotiator one. Because of that, there we're going with the negotiator backpack. Here though, on this and on the striker, we're going with memento. We are feeding of course into all of those tiers, but also the memento itself feeds into skill efficiency, feeds into weapon damage, and even gives us a little bit of regen, because we'll be losing still our armor quite a lot because we are running glass. That glass though is important. It is one of the few talents that will apply both to our skills and to our weapon. The other option we would have here is to, for instance, go Overwatch, but that's dropping quite a lot of damage. Especially here, I'm not expecting to be hit as much as, for instance, just the red build, because I do have 2 strong decoys. I don't have a revive hive to get myself back up again, but that usually still works out fine. Coco, of course, the way that it's set up, doesn't work too well solo. In group settings, it works a lot better, as we've kind of discussed with in-depth look with it. But of course, if we're pairing it with a turret and a drone, then we're at least adding a few marks onto, or a few stacks onto each of the marks that we apply. Whenever we mark the enemy, depending on how many allied skills or allies themselves shoot that enemy while they're marked, how many stacks we get is dependent on all that. So here at least we are creating a few stacks to go into us. Now, the stacking on Coco actually with the turret and drone is pretty slow, but once you get up there, you do stay up there, because that's also the thing with Coco, you retain your stacks for quite a long time. If we take it into the game, it is actually saved exactly as that. I don't want to have any variations here. The Memento is going to be the go-to. Even though the Coco backpack is good, the Memento feeding into all of those things is definitely much stronger. Most of the time as well, I'm not very concerned about going in and grabbing those pickups in the fight. What I do is just after each activity, mission, room, or something, once we've cleared it out, I'll go and pick up all the mementos, and I'm mostly relying on that long buff, that 5-minute buff that we have, that just gives us some weapon damage and that skill efficiency. Both of those are, of course, very strong, and then yeah, that 3% regen once we have the full contingent of kill confirms in our backpack. At 30, yeah, that is also very strong, of course. That will help us heal up even in combat. Then yeah, the capacitor, of course, really strong in builds like this. It's feeding into the skill damage. It's one of the stronger weapons for this. One of the important parts is especially that, yeah, we get 10% crit chance and 30% crit damage on the capacitor. And this is equivalent on basically on a different gun to have equivalent numbers of crit chance and crit damage. If we were to have it here, that would mean 2 mods, of course, crit chance would be 10. And then we would need another 3 mods of crit damage to get that 30 crit damage that we have here. So this has the equivalent of 5 mods worth of crit chance and crit damage. And that's one of the things that actually does help it quite a lot, alongside of its talent, of course. And yeah, our skill damage kind of comes from here, and then we just toss out the turret and the drone to be decoys. They're the forward things, and we just kind of sit more behind them and do our thing and try to mark enemies and get these onto the target to add to those marks, add stacks to them. When they die, we get some stacks out of it. This one does work out pretty well, and I like it quite a lot. It does feel a tiny bit stronger than the Striker variant. We'll see actually with the build showcase. I'll go into the numbers then. We didn't really cover going hybrids or going yellow core or blue core with Coco in the event look. Mostly because it already was more than hour and a half, hour 40 minutes, however long it was. We'll save that for the build showcase, where we will include, actually, yeah, we'll go red, we'll go with the turret drone hybrid, and we'll go with the combat medic, and we'll even sneak in a tech tank. And yeah, these are actually worth considering. They aren't the strongest style of build, mostly because if I'm solo, I'm much more going to lean towards, for instance, a tech tank, and these do work well solo. In a group setting, I'm going to start to lean much more towards going just a full red version, but these can be just alternate ways of playing this, because when I'm playing this, I do actually want to shoot just as much as a red build, but then I want to babysit basically the turret and drone and make sure they're doing as much as they can as well. These can do a decent amount, but yeah, especially the turret and drone don't really have the oomph of the main weapon, and they shouldn't either, because of course this does provide a little bit of protection towards the team or yourself, just because they make for really good decoys. Setting this up in front will make it so that most enemies will actually have to target that as they try to get by it to get to you. And in that time, you should be able to kill them. These do have more than enough firepower to deal, especially with solo scaling, with anything out there. You wouldn't want to take it, for instance, yeah, into Legendary or Master, even though I'm pretty confident that I could take this through a Legendary pretty easily. Some of the Master rooms might be a little bit more hard. If we go back to the build picture, these are pieces that are record, and because of that, these come with red stats and a red core. We do have to record several pieces, which means that we generally need to optimize. This would make this build a little bit more expensive. The sacrifice isn't too hard to get. It is in the general loot pool under Providence, but it is a named item, and you would want to get it with crit chance, crit damage. We are keeping it red core here. That is what the technician especially is also for, even though it has a lot of other benefits. It's also a skill tier, and because of that, we can just keep the sacrifice red. That way as well, I can reuse this sacrifice in other builds and such. The Memento isn't too hard to get. It is in targeted backpacks. It is also available through the retaliation blueprint system, so we can get the blueprint from there, making it decently easy to get. The capacitor, the first one you will get from Summit. You have to only do 5 challenges. That is once per account. If you go to Summit, do 5 challenges, you'll get this. The challenges are pretty easy. They are in the map. You can pick things like getting a few headshots, doing 3 floors in 15 minutes or such. Some of them are definitely easier than others. So yeah, read through them. It'll be easy enough to figure out which ones you want to do. You could get this in like 10 minutes. if you're kind of know what you're doing, at most it'll be half an hour. And well worth getting. Capacitor makes a lot of builds like this possible. Overall, well worth considering, and especially the Coco version is one of the better versions of this. I would always consider, the Negotiator and the Striker's pretty good, and this one definitely catches up to them and likely even surpasses them by a tiny bit. Not definitely a like core build that you definitely have to have, but if you are interested in the playstyle of it, of a different kind of playstyle, very strong build to consider. 9:30. Yeah. I get the feeling this one's gonna be 2:20 as well. But these new Cocos, we have to also explain Coco and stuff with them. Let's go back here. Next apparel. The both of these are True Sons. 2 True Sons in a row. That's first of all. Yeah, I was trying to just go quick. It becomes kind of barky almost. I mean, all of these are kind of expected already to be around 2 hours. I'm trying to get them under 2 hours, which will likely not hit here either, but that's fine. I realize now these are some of the more complex builds to explain, because some of the later ones are pretty easy, because we'll get some other builds that are pretty quick. That can be 6 minutes, so we can make up some times. I know this. Glad that you have that opinion on them. As I try to be. Because in these as well, I'm trying to just throw all of it out there. Because I could definitely kind of keep it to like 1 or 2 things, but I kind of decided early on of like, we're just going to go all in on each build, explain it fully. That'll make me happier, if nothing else. Well, there's a thing to be said for like sitting there and scripting all of this and getting everything to like 4 minutes and just making it an hour-long video. The amount of time that would need is not something I have available. So it's kind of the thing. That's also why, I definitely could use more editing and more scripting and stuff. That would definitely help. It just would mean like, if I could do this full time or something, sure, fine. But I'm not. This is alongside of 40-hour weeks of other things. At least not this week, but most weeks. And neither J. And do you think nice. And I'm running there the way. Yeah, and I gotta enjoy them as well. But also I can totally see the other side, because the core thing I've always had with my content, or what I make, is I want to make stuff that I would watch, and I'm always fine with like people going like 2 hours into something, or I don't know, watching a 5-hour or 4-hour video on like a deep dive into something. I'm totally fine with those as well. But I also understand a lot of people aren't. But that's also why I make the shorts. Like the shorts make up for that. The shorts are me going like, hey, I can make short things, but then also they're limited in having like basically my shorts. I never have gameplay or anything, but there's just no time. There's just more important things to show. But then we do build showcases. Yeah, exactly. The shorts are there to kind of to prove as well, just to to myself a little bit of like, I could do it that way, but because those are usually I don't script them, but usually I like do a take. I do like a 3-minute take of just like a minute of it, and then go like, okay, I just want to take this sentence, and this sentence, and this sentence, and that's all I'm gonna say in here. Because even that takes a little bit more time than, for instance, just like this, just blowing through, just going. Pizza. Well, I'll take some cheese instead. I do have some cut cheese, some Gouda, just to snack on. One agent time, yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. But also, yeah, I don't begrudge people that look at it and go like 2 hours. No, I can totally get that too. Doing a lot of shitting calculating stuff. Oh, not per se, no, because well, I've been open about my job. I work for a venue mostly, and I'm a stage tech. Basically, yeah, bands come and play. I'm mostly a lighting guy, but I'm also basically a full-on sound guy as well. So nowadays, but that does include figuring out a lot of like how does things work and stuff. That's basically what all technician jobs are. It's just, hey, there are these things. Either figure out how it works, but then also maybe like figure out how to like make it work if it doesn't, and what pieces you need and stuff. That leads to, yeah, kind of being somebody that I always was like that, of just like trying to figure this stuff out. And yeah, for instance, for Division, then you also go into spreadsheets quite quickly because it just helps you figure the underlying mechanics out. But my job is all, no, it doesn't, I'm not like accounting or like financing or stuff like but it is working with like systems and trying to figure them out and make them work in your way. Yeah. Or just, yeah, figuring out, reading through a manual and going like, oh, so this expects, this kind of inputs. So we need a converter that puts this to this and stuff like that. Like, how do we make this system work with that system? I've always enjoyed pulling things apart and figuring out how they work already. So, yes, the 28 version. They're closed. And then we're inside, but nothing happened. Yeah, especially with the doors that not the slidey doors in the lab, but the doors that open up into the room in the bunker. You sometimes have that. We've had that as well. And yeah, if you get stuck in that way, it's yeah, you're stuck. Dirty badge, yeah. Yeah, especially with those doors, always make sure you go through them fully. Like, don't go through and back, because that's how you break it. So with those doors, always make sure that you just run through you'll see me as well actually have that as my instinct nowadays, because I've had that exact same thing. We've had that on stream once as well. Because the game thinks you're inside is the thing. So it doesn't do anything to reset you. One way everyone runs quick step is just movement speed is too good. There is honestly, as much as yeah, I've always loved the TDI card custom, and actually I'm not a big fan of the quick step coming in as a concept. It's the go-to. There is movement, getting from one spot to another 20% faster out of combat especially is just too strong. I do still have TDI card customs, and then sometimes I quick swap out if I need it for Hive. But yeah, I don't per se run TDI card customs much anymore, and I find myself actually sometimes being annoyed by that because someone goes down and I go like, normally I would just grab the, you know, my pistol, toss the hive, and I find myself like being selfish, which I don't like about myself at that point. And you catch your Androids. Good. Yeah, and everywhere. Anywhere where you're running around, which is like, if you actually look at footage and stuff, especially doing like activities, even in missions and stuff, you'll be, yeah, a lot of time is spent running around. And if you can make that running around 20% faster, that's actually way OP. I wish they hadn't added it because, yeah, I don't think it's a good for the health of the game, but I've given up and started using it, and it's kind of just, yeah, it's a reality of the game moving forward. Kind of like, you know, when Determined came in or something. I mean, yeah, the only good stuff of that. Or also as well, Acosta knee pads. Like, oh, why would you ever consider Acosta knee pads now that quick stuff exists? You wouldn't already before, but why would you now ever? Also, yeah, that's the best skin. Although actually this character isn't running it right now. But yeah, that's the best skin. Although, there are some better skins, but I did love the purple. As a card carrying member of a purple gang. I like this one even as well. Equilateral. What? Equilateral. That's too many syllables. Too many syllables. Yeah. You save the quick step down to library when you throw it down somewhere else. Giving skill to your percent but not broken. So it would be too good. Name talents are not supposed to go into the library. We've had that before in the past as well. That was just a bug. That was just something some oversight that they had. We had that with the O'Carroll as well. You could add the O'Carroll's talent to the library. But the library, the way it's set up, it's not just that you have to be able to send it to the library. It also needs to be then be able to be applied to any weapon. That part was not enabled and generally will not be. But yeah, it would just be, because then, yeah, you could have this on a TDI card custom, for instance, and that's a little bit OP. But also you could have it on a harvest, for instance, which would also be a little bit OP. Here, like, the thing of it is at least like it's forcing you to choose between the two. But yeah, name talents are not supposed to be in the library to begin with, of course. Like, that was just oversight on their part. We've seen that before. We'll see it in the future likely again as well. This is looking bad. Well, maybe. Indeed. I mean, yeah, especially for health talent. Yeah, right. For the health talent, just holding do. Not even shooting him, just holding him. Just, yeah, can I tape? Because I'm barely shoot these things anyway. Can I tape an TDI card to the side of a, just like put them together and just gaffer it together by the barrel? And then just hold it just with like the big grip. Just, yeah. Yeah, let's move on to build 7 because actually let's get through these so we can. I do want to jump to second account and maybe play around a little bit with some Krampus stuff. Yeah, no, this is 6 still. Did I change outfit? I did change outfit. Did I? Is this outfit 7? This is outfit 7. Combat medic. Combat. Matic. As we come to 4.07, the sister build of the build we just saw on 4.06, which is the combat medic. And as we discussed there already, we are reusing several of the pieces. That's why I like having these side by side. We did it already as well in character 3 on the strikers over there. And this opens up a few slots, of course, because we're reusing the mask, the holster, and the knee pad from that third row hybrid we saw a second ago. We are, of course, swapping out the chest for an equalizer, but this is, of course, equalizer I'm using on multiple builds. And then together with that, we have a BTSU data glove here, and then the backpack from Coco instead. With that, BTSU data glove is definitely going in here, of course, if we are using that hive, especially for the healing, especially here where we don't have much in the form of skill haste. All of the hive's skill haste is coming from this BTSU data glove, and then we can use this to supercharge the team, of course, and giving ourselves overcharge, giving all of our teammates overcharge, and that can be very, very, very strong. Resetting all their hives, getting some skills up to be overcharged. Their shields are invincible, their pulses are damage increasers, and their smart covers are very OP. And that's actually the way to kind of run this as well. One of the things I like about combat medics nowadays as well is taking smart cover as the secondary. If I don't per se need that, if I'm with a team that's going to sit in my hive somewhat, I don't per se need this chem launcher, and I can take smart cover alongside of it, a 6th tier one, of course, as this build is 6th tier. We are taking those Coco pieces, making them yellow core, taking Technician, that allows us to still have here the equalizer be just the red equalizer that we use in a lot of other builds in this on this character. And yeah, that way we do have the 6 skill tiers. Our healing isn't the greatest because we're not feeding too much into it. It's just the watch points and basically just the BTSU's repair skill roll. But more than enough to just heal a little bit, heal away chip damage. And actually with the chem, we can do decent damage. That's the reason why I do still consider the chem there especially. But yeah, situationally, I would go with the smart cover. You can also even go with the defensive smart cover, which can give bonus armor, and that can help as well. But either way, yeah, one of those 3 skills goes in there, but the hive definitely will stay and will be the main tool as well here. We are taking capacitor here as well, as with the third row hybrids. Here though, of course, we're kind of not making use of the skill damage side of things. We don't have anything doing skill damage, but the capacitor, because of its talent, is still the top pick and is very competitive with even killer weapons. Now with the killer weapons, they will be ahead when killer is active, but of course this isn't a build that is consistently going to get kills, especially if we're alongside of several full red builds, Coco's, tipping skills, negotiators, strikers. All of those can outkill us. We'll get a kill here and there. That wouldn't be the problem, but we wouldn't be consistently getting them. Because of that, the capacitor's consistency makes it definitely the choice because it is ahead of measured weapons in this same slot. So we're basically taking the capacitor, we're wasting its skill damage side, but it is still the best choice. I usually pair this as well here with a Future Perfect weapon. With that Future Perfect, we can get 1 kill in and overcharge ourselves. That can be sometimes just useful to do. It isn't too hard to just get a last hit in, and generally I have it with a rifle, and the rifles can hit pretty hard, of course, per shot, and I can kind of time it. If I see kind of the health bar go down, I start kind of shooting towards the end of it, and hopefully I can yoink the kill and get a Future Perfect going. That is just there to, yeah, kind of overcharge us here and there, because that can help our healing and especially our hives cooldown quite a bit, especially if I've used my hive already and we're already on the cooldown for the BTSU, which is 2 minutes. We can try to sneak that in. Overall, yeah, these are well worth builds having, especially if you like their playstyle. The playstyle is to be basically shooting just as much as the red builds and here and there doing a little bit of healing alongside of it. Because of that, I enjoy them really very much for the playstyle. If we take it into the game, it is saved exactly as shown there. And yeah, we do make sometimes the choice, especially on the skills slot, to go with different skills alongside of it. The smart covers, both of them are actually very powerful. But of course, that 41% that we have here just as a 6th tier on the damaging, on the precision smart cover, 41 DTOC, that is a lot, plus 90% weapon handling. And if we overcharge it, we even get more. This is one of the most, I feel, overlooked and most OP skills in the game, especially if it is on a build like this. That this can actually make it so that the build like this in a group setting can carry its own that group versus, for instance, just having 4 reds can carry their own. Because of course we are giving up a lot of damage. This is not going to deal as much damage as a full red. Of course it isn't. But it has more than enough damage to get its own kills, to make itself a tool that can still kill. Because when you go, for instance, with a full healer, especially on heroic, it is actually detrimental because you're losing one person's output on damage. You're of course buffing the others and giving them heals and stuff. But just losing that extra person shooting at enemies, getting aggros away from other players, that already costs a little bit. This can, of course, still do enough damage to get some kills in here and there, be pretty productive in that end. And then alongside of it, we're doing some healing and such. And because of that playstyle, I really do enjoy it. It's shooting just as much as a red build and then also doing healing. It can actually be a little bit exhausting to play this for long periods of time. Yeah, we are reusing that equalizer we have on several other builds, and that's then also the reason we are taking the yellow cores on especially the gear set pieces, which would also be the easier pieces to get yellow core anyway. Technician covers for that last tier that we're missing here. We can also, because we are Technician with that hive, we can Faraday our allies, so we can make it so that, especially in rooms where there are disrupt mechanics going on, we can actually, if we deploy our hive because of the Faraday perk, as long as we have it unlocked, of course, in the specialization, once the hive is deployed, it will provide its Faraday to nearby agents, any nearby agents, and that can be used actually to prevent disrupt. For instance, actually in Countdown, if you time it well and put this when the hunters spawn in, or, for instance, by extraction, when the hunters get triggered, you can actually prevent that initial disrupt to yourself, definitely, and even to some teammates by placing it well. If they are in range of it, it will prevent shock and disrupt, especially the disrupt in those cases. But even the shock, for instance, in other times can be a really big boon, especially, for instance, if we consider that the Keener fight at the start of it, it shocks you. So yeah, there's a lot of uses for that mechanic as well. Overall, these are very enjoyable builds, and this Coco one is actually one of the better ones, I feel. I've always enjoyed the Striker one. That was one of my go-tos. Recently, we've added in an Umbra one as well, and that's also very potent. But this Coco one, especially because of the stacking mechanic of this, as we already have seen in group settings, Coco works really well. And what we're getting here is that stacking mechanic with a combat medic. And it is actually easier to get this stacked up and keep it stacks than getting that Striker to 100 stacks, because we are doing it mostly with just the Capacitor, which is a somewhat lower RPM weapon. It will get there on the Strikers to 100 stacks, but sometimes as well, I want to be focusing on healing my allies if they're taking multiple hits or not playing very smart. We might need a little bit more attention there. But here, of course, with the stacking mechanic on Coco, where we're just marking enemies, and as long as our allies are hitting them as well, we're getting multiple marks off of each kill. And that means that I can kind of spray at the enemies and then maybe just focus on getting a chem out if I need to heal someone, and that will work out still fine. This build as well is one that is a little bit costly to get together, because we do need to find red core pieces. These are all red core pieces that we need to recore, so we need to find them with the stats underneath there. That will usually cost you a little bit in the optimization. It isn't too much because it is gear set pieces, so we're just optimizing one stat up just to get that skill tier there. And this is a red core skill gear set, so that means that the attributes, these minor attributes, will mostly come in red form. When it is a yellow core set, basically, it will mostly come with yellow. So if you need the red stats, that will be much rarer. So for instance, with the red FI, that can take a while to get together. But the red Coco or a yellow Coco, yellow core Coco, is not actually that hard to get. Anyway, equalizer in there, BTSU again from the general loot pool, capacitor from the summit pretty quickly. Weapons-wise, alongside of it, we stick whatever with some Future Perfect. Quick step, of course, to keep up with our allies. One thing we can take as well, and we'll see actually on the Striker on character 5, the Striker Combat Medic on character 5, where I have it set up with Ferocious Calm. Here as well, we could take Ferocious Calm. We can just stick that in instead of the Obliterate. We have then Overwatch, a group buff that I need to watch out and be in cover for, but Most of the time, if I do equip it and try to try to get that mechanic going, I of course can be in cover pretty consistently. Being in cover and then just providing an extra group buff going around. A very strong build for the kind of player that enjoys this kind of playstyle. If you like playing the support role a little bit, but you still want to keep your own damage, which is definitely one of my go-tos why I like this. I like that very much. I like being a support a little bit, healing the team a little bit, but I want to be able to do my own damage. And because of that, this is one of my go-tos, and this Coco version has definitely become one of my favorites very quickly. Yeah. 1026. Yeah, these Cocos need, like, because they're new, they need more explanation than some of these other ones. I got repetitive as well at some point, but it was just a few sentences. It's fine. Yeah, last for this afternoon, and then we'll come back to it in the evening. Let's go to 8. Like slave indeed. Yeah, you totally should do flex tape because then it's also a lot of damage. No, but Deagle. Yeah. I've seen that one. Turns out Ravenous is also like based on a real thing somewhat. But yeah, double guns. I saw a double Beretta as well recently. That seems a little bit more sensible, I feel, than the double 1911. Wait, is a Deagle as well? Actually, I read that just as 1911. but yeah, maybe Deagle. That seems like just eh. Because yeah, that thing already has a pretty wide grip, depending on the caliber. Yeah. Let's go to this. Not this, actually. This. High-end rifles. And on 4.08, we see a high-end headhunter for pistols, especially. And this is already one that we've kind of covered recently in the pistol headhunters. And in there, we focused on 2 pistols. That's also why it's not specifically stating a name for the pistol. We had Reguluses in there and we had Harvests, because you can go with both. Each has their own benefits. Harvest especially can go determined. Regulus can especially blow up entire waves. And yeah, both have their place and time. And then on the gear end, you can go Hunter's Fury or you can go high end. And this is the high end. What especially the Hunter's Furies have is actually, because of the way that the proximity buff goes into Headhunter from Hunter's Fury, they have a much better second shot, a much better cap. The high-end ones, especially nowadays with Imminence armaments in here, 3 pieces to get that 60% pistol, they do keep up still on the shots, but especially what they have is that they can much more easily stick in a Dodge City holster or other exotics as well. So the Dodge City holster is a really good tool, especially to get it going. And with the Regulus, of course, we can make that explosion also carry the Dodge City shot, making it so that you can clear a wave pretty easily. You don't per se need a Headhunter build for that, even if just having a Dodge City Gunslinger holster on even a just high-end red or something can be a choice just to have that Regulus shot once in a while. Here, though, we're very much setting it up to be a Headhunter. We're, of course, taking Chainkiller as well, Punch Drunk as another pistol brand, and all of those together make for a really formidable build. On this one, less than even on the Headhunter's Furies that we've seen, I don't per se... The shotgun would work better on the Headhunter's Furies, and especially as well, either a marksman rifle or an 1886 also generally tends to work better on those. This one, because of having both DNH and Imminence armaments, its shots are really going towards that Regulus that we have here. If we take it into the game, actually, we see that it is saved a tiny bit differently. As the save itself, as we have it there, if I pull it up here, we see that we have 4 pieces of imminence armaments. And that is because I want to give myself, again, options. Now, we are showing it there with the Dodge City. I have that, of course, at the ready here. But there's another option to go with, which is a very strong one, which is a headshot memento, a headshot modded memento. And I have that at the ready. I even have a crit chance one and a headshot one, because I don't even want to play around with, for instance, getting that mod into there. I just have it at the ready with the headshot. And of course, with Memento, this can be a really strong build as well. Especially taking Memento, taking Technician instead of Sharpshooter, because we can go with several specializations here. Especially Sharpshooter, of course, can be good for the stability that it can provide and the little bit of extra ammo, for instance, for the marksman rifles and such, even though that isn't that useful here. But also the flashbang grenades are pretty good. We can take Technician for an extra tier on the shield, especially with the Memento. That makes a lot of sense. Then we have a 3-tier shield. And the shield can actually, for instance, here already at 2 tiers, even with the Memento not charged. It's already at 8 million. That can take a few hits. And while it is taking a few hits, we can then, be headshotting some enemies. We can also take Firewall, and Firewall is especially there to take the Striker Shield. That one also can be a really strong tool because it has a damage component to it that will increase our damage by quite a lot. But in here as well, I'm giving myself several options, even as well nowadays, even though I consider it not intended. If we go back to that Imminence Armaments backpack that we had here, I consider it not intended, but Overdogs, like the Shroud, seems to go as well into the Headhunter calculation, making it so that as long as you're paying attention to what you're shooting, because you do need to adhere to the tiering of this, but there is, of course, a lot of enemy types that is in that tier 3, as we've discussed quite often with Overdogs already. Grenadiers, snipers, and assaults and rushers, 4 very common enemy types, they're all in there. And because of that, taking this is actually one of the strongest setups nowadays. But that's also why I save it the way that I am, giving a lot of options, giving me all of the options effectively. And I can always go and change out my specialization just by going to the White House or to any of the other settlements. Overall, the high end, does have a few options like this, making it easier to get some of those exotics in, and that is especially its strength. Also, it doesn't need to get into that 15-meter range, which can be a boon, because that 15-meter range, even though, it is pretty close, that 15 to 20-meter range, I find myself quite often in. There, the Headhunter Furies, the Hunter's Fury part of it, we need to be within 15 meters for that mark to be on the enemy, where we get that extra amplified damage from. Without that, with this, we can actually reach out to 20. Even though that, for instance, the Regulus optimal range starts to drop off at 16, that's still fine. We still have a little bit more range, and I do like that about the high end. That's why, as we discussed with the pistol Headhunter video as well, there is virtues to both of them. The Headhunter's Fury is definitely easier to put together, because here as well, we are going with red pieces, but with the Headhunter's Fury, we're just also getting Hunter's Fury pieces, which are easier to get. It's just 2 stats instead of 3, and we are using less names. So for instance, here we do have the Punch Trunk, not a hard name to get, but one that might take you a little bit longer. And then, the Dodge City is available through its project. Everybody will have access to that to get that first one. That can be done in an hour or so. It is mostly just waiting for that 12 o'clock to come around after getting all of those exotic parts from the control points. But it is definitely gettable. It is also, once you have the blueprint once, it is actually in the loot pool, and it can also be shared to you as well. Other weapons we basically would need. The Harvest is only a time-limited item, so it is available from the Hoarder generally when he is in a special holiday state. It is also, for instance, in the Krampus caches that are going on while I'm recording this video. But for instance, trying to get it from the Krampus caches, you need it to be with Detox or with Determined or whatever talent you want it to be, but preferably you wouldn't want one that already has Detox, so you optimize that up and the weapon damage, and then you can free talent it. That can be a little bit harder from these caches than it would be for farming our hoarder friend when he's in a special state, which he isn't currently. He might be, again, during Valentine's, I would guess. Regulus is available from those recent caches as well. And also, yeah, if you're looking for a Regulus build, either making the high-end that we have here or the Headhunter Fury, one of the variants of it, that's the builds for it, especially. It is a very strong gun, but Regulus, unlike, for instance, the Eagle Bear and the Ouroboros, those don't need dedicated builds. The Regulus does prefer to be on a dedicated build. But also, you could just stick it in the Striker with just a Dodge City, and once in a while just pull it out and just delete a wave. That is also an option. Overall, definitely worth considering as a build, especially if you do like the playstyle of headhunting, and then especially the pistol headhunters are kind of aggressive and try to get close to the enemy and pop some heads. But they aren't, for instance, much capable of some of the higher content. Especially they struggle against some of the names and such quite consistently, where there I would take Hotshot, for instance, with a marksman rifle if I'm going after control points. This is much more for activities and such, but can work well enough. And especially for things like bounty cheesing, sometimes I also pull it out as, of course, they're all spawning from a door, and that explosion can make a lot of beautiful things happen. Yeah, overall, maybe watch, if you are very interested in it, maybe watch the pistol Headhunter showcase that we did recently that goes a little bit more in depth into it, because there are two big variants and both of them have their merits, and I wouldn't per se put one higher recommended than the other one, except that the Hunter's Fury is a little bit easier to get together. So maybe start there, and then maybe in the future if you go like, I wouldn't mind trying this one too, then you make it as well. 9. Oh, yeah. Anyway, that's the last one we'll record this afternoon. We'll leave the rest for this evening. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. As for those maybe coming in, I'm recording for a video, so that's why I was in a spiel. Why I was in YouTube mode. Just and run content to get overdogs. That is one of the ways. It is in targeted loot, but you can also do retaliations if you are capable to do them consistently. Because retaliation is a little bit harder than countdown. Because in countdown you can just matchmake for it. Retaliation doesn't have matchmake. Especially solo, it's a little bit harder, but it has targeted loot too. So you would have the same targeted loot for gloves, and it drops a lot of loot. About the same as Kantan, but also the blueprint is there, especially if you do Hyena ones. So Hyena completions has the blueprint for the overdags, and if you do enough Hyena retaliations, you'll eventually just have the blueprint. So that can be like a light at the end of the tunnel, because there's 5 exotic gloves nowadays. So it can kind of sag, because you'll get even if you get an exotic, it's a 1 in 5 of being the one you're after. But yeah, eventually if you do enough Hyena retaliations, you'll just have the blueprint. So that might be the better way to go. And that place also has target loot. So you might drop from target loot. You also get, if you're doing it on heroic, you'll also get an exotic cache after each run. So, but yeah, you can't easily matchmake for it, which is kind of annoying. So either you find some players to do it with, maybe LFGing, or just, going on some of the discords and LFGing, or just while doing some Hyena missions going like, hey, I'm about to do a retaliation after this. Anybody want to join? And you might get some takers. Because definitely retaliation is much easier in a group setting than it is so. I need a navigator. Yeah. What is it up again? It is in the. It comes from the manager mission. So if you toggle Potomac, you can and there toggle. Well, actually, it's press and hold, isn't it? Yeah. So this manager version, it is basically a drop rate or a chance to drop at any difficulty. but your first time clear on a character on Master is guaranteed. So, but to unlock Master, you need to do it once on the other difficulties that unlocks Master. So, but Master is not per se easy as well. So, you could grind out some heroic ones. Yeah, let's in the background swap accounts because I want to go to second account real quick. As we have some, which is a weird sentence to say, we finally have some 511 available at we're gonna go farm some 511, weirdly. Although for those that know me, that's not that weird actually. That is actually a perfectly sensible sentence out of my mouth. But mostly only out of my mouth. Yeah, no worries. As we're loading up into second account. And I'm mostly, for those wondering actually, that I do have a 511 build where we have 6 pieces of 511. And that's actually also a hard build to get together, especially the chest cannot be crafted. So for forever, while it's loading, I can go here. For forever, 5 forever, some might say. 511 forever, some others might say. I've been stuck with this chest with the blue core. And yeah, I would like the dream, but that's a super unicorn. Basically, to get a crit chance, crit damage, obliterate on the gear already. So we can record a core to red, and then it's a full red build, which it currently isn't. It has a blue core. Yuck. Although honestly, it's slightly doing better with nah. Nah. I think audio broke there. That should have fixed that, yeah. Yeah, that sounds normal again. Yeah, let's load in. I'll leave that to other people. Although I've been considering, I'm gonna likely make that, but yeah, not 511. But I'm likely gonna make a crit chance, crit damage,
Area entered.
improvised, just for shits and giggles too. Just, but then on main account. But yeah, that's just a waste of resources because that's easy enough to do anyway because you can just optimize it up. But yeah, one of the things I wanted to do actually, I would need other people's help, but I'll likely ask in the Discord at some point. I want to change the build picture here as well to for every of these, like each piece to be in a different language. You like keep the backpack maybe just English, and we just, you know, French stats, German stats, Spanish stats, and like, you know, all the different languages and stats on this. just to make it even more of a mess on that build picture. I need the video. Let's we got last, and then the lowest kind. Yes, otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird that you didn't get it. I don't know. Because I'm wondering if maybe because it would grant it to you, but if maybe your inventory was full or something. I don't think with that mission either it would go to the, but I would have guessed you would have spotted it at that point. I don't know if you maybe checked your stash. You wouldn't go to the stash, right? That piece didn't fix that. Oh yeah, actually I have still this exotic from the. Oh yeah, let's take that because that's a weightless item, isn't it? Yep. So actually, again, for some of those that haven't seen it before, some of the Twitch drops and also some of the grants for like when they had fucked up and stuff with the deltas and stuff, they give us a free exotic. So these exotics, when you take it from the stash like that, generally they don't have weight. So this didn't take a slot here, so it's on 0 out of 20. That means the item contained within it is also weightless. So when I open up this, if I get something useful, so with a Strega, I would need to have detox because we can't reconfigure, but we can just keep. So and this one not worth it. That one's getting trashed. But yeah, this thing actually, so if that was gear, usually that's pretty easy because we can kind of keep it. But this, when I move it to the stash, so we're 126, 377, we're still 126, 377. This is a weightless item. So these items, yeah, as you can imagine, pretty useful because they save on inventory space. But yeah, we can't reconfigure it. So we can't get detox on that one, so that's not worth it. But if it was gear, most of the time you can keep it. If it's named items, sometimes you can keep it. And I have a few of those on, especially main account, and that helps quite a bit with inventory. Oh yeah, I gotta have Chinese and Japanese maybe or something. But yeah, I need to actually find those stats or like the pictures of those stats. Because how do I not know this? How do you change the language? Oh, maybe there. Wait, does this directly change? Do I need to reboot? No, I don't. Ooh. Oh, I can just do that. Ah, probabilité de coup critique. Dégâts de coup critique. Yeah. I should just set it to this for one of the build showcases or something just to fuck with people. Yeah, just. Bonjour, je m'appelle Ikea. Et pour aujourd'hui vidéo, on va. Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to an English. In English, I understand. A language, I understand. Is there Dutch in here? I don't think so, right? Oh. That makes sense, but yeah, Arabic scripts going the other way. But it's funny that I've never toggled this. That it flips also the thing to be on the other side. So I can't change that apparently. Oh, for that you need to install the languages, right? I think that was the thing. I've tried to like change the dialogues languages sometimes, but yeah. Anyway. Oh, and either there's the and thank you for the read there. It's always much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream. I saw you going on basically the second I was going on. I was just actually looking in my stream thing. I was just getting started and I saw the pop-up for who even reads these? Toasty XCAD has gone live. Well, who reads the readers indeed. But yeah. Now you know, I read it. I read it. I read it? Oh yeah. Never full. Yeah, no, my inventory is quite often full. Farsi. Is that Farsi actually? I can't read Farsi, but yeah, Farsi is technically. Wait, no, it wouldn't mean Farsi, right? This would be likely more Arabic, because this game is not going to be sold in Like it's going to be under embargo there, I would think, right? I don't remember what, like there are some symbols that are in Farsi and aren't in Arabic, but this actually, maybe it looks Farsi actually. Because yeah, I don't think Arabic has that, right? But also I can't read either, so sucks to be me. I can read English. That's about it. Yeah. No, as someone born in Iran, I'm well aware of the Persian and the Farsi and the, but yeah, I can't read it, so I can't even recognize it. Turns out. Yeah, either tasty. And yeah, I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. Hope you weren't in a jail. Or if you were in the jail, I hope you got a PB and you got out of jail. And hey, Denison. And hey, Skitty. Hey, Stinky. Oh, that's fun. Oh, yeah. That's, I mean, yes, that's why I came over here. Let's actually try to go and, yeah, we have a few bannies available, but let's go get more. I mean, yeah, let's just go into the 511 zone. Let's not maybe fight it together with that. Here they're gonna be together. Ah, yeah, let's just go there. Oh, but yeah, that's exactly. You figured it out. But yeah, that's exactly why we're coming to second account with its, because here I have the 511 build. Because this is character 5 in the build collection. The original joke of it was just this character 5 in the build collection, so it's character 5 dot. So yeah, their 11th slot is then 5.11. So and yeah, this is the upgraded one, which also yeah has the bell ringer just to, but yeah, also has first sight because I mean this is love at first sight, isn't it? I'm not gonna run it actually for fighting here. Because we're not going to farm 511 with 511.
Agent detected.
Game, why are you throwing rogues at me? Wait, what happens with the rogues and Krampus? Because Krampus is also going to spawn here, right? Maybe I take PFE? Hello, rogues. I'm gonna go kill that guy first. Even though that other guy, I saw him. Don't worry. Ah, you're elite, and I am protected from you. Protection from the 1%. Okay, now let's get a Krampus too. Do I need some resources? No, I filled up already. Did a new world record? Ah, just a new world record. But yeah, congrats. I mean, yeah, 3 seconds, 300ths of a seconds, doesn't matter, right? New record is new record. Angel and dancing family. Well, good. They should keep you locked up and throw away the key. But yeah, hope you're still enjoying yourself. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. As over here, I was actually just recording. I've been doing a bunch of build collection update videos, and yeah, I was recording another one. I've taken to just recording half of it, like on an afternoon stream, and then half of it on an evening stream because it's 5 characters worth and stuff. But yeah, here we're coming and doing a classic. We're farming up some 511. Actually, I'm just gonna go through his chest. I'm too close to him. Did you die? Thank you.
They're coming from the sub. Get the hell out there!
So I'm gonna farm up some 511 to put 511 in our 511 so we can 511 with our 511 while 511ing the leavening of fives.
We got a friendly down! Over here!
As a medic man, when I kill someone,
Too damn close!
I was talking.
That's one
What a
down.
dick. Trying to talk to him and he shocks me? What a dick. When I pulled already? Oh yeah. No, the entirety of the build collection is now completely, actually with today as well, completely back up to date. Was it today we added in the last PFE that I was kind of still messing about with deciding what I wanted. Yep, you build stealing. Yeah. Well, unluckily for you, they're all patented. They're all patent pending. Imagine just, yeah. Put on the end of pending. But yeah, luckily the build collection, yeah, is now all the way back up to spec, all of the recommended folders, all of the main builds, the recommended build list. I might still do a pass on the recommended build list and see if I want to, especially remove some stuff, maybe. I think I'm going to remove the Turtron builds, the full Turtron builds, and just keep refactored there, maybe.
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
That might be the
near
only
you.
change there. I might also add in the Coco Tech Tank at some point. But I do want to add like a description to it of like, really only in groups. This one, not solo. That Coco is not hot. Solo.
Fly, little bird. Stay the fuck away.
Should have shot him up the butt.
They're in here!
System disrupted.
Don't mind getting a few more. Actually, I mean, who would? But maybe if you're interested in keys, although I'm doing them on heroic, so it's not a great way of farming keys. You're much better off on normal farming for keys. If anybody is interested, I'm gonna do a few Krampuses here. I'm basically gonna eat up all of the heroics ones. Well, we'll see how far we go, because also I'm not gonna make it too late. I'm likely gonna go another 45 minutes or so. But yeah, if anybody's interested, let me know if you want to join. Otherwise, I'm just gonna solo them. But yeah, the targeted is 511, which unless you're as, you know, weird as me, maybe might not make sense, but I love it. I mean, Toasty. No, wait, you want to be like Toasty. You don't want to be Toasty. When I grow down, I wanna be Toasty. Just become him. Just steal his identity. Steal his world records. Not the world records. My chest trigger. I don't even know how I want to set it up. Really. I mean, the obliterate side of things, equalizer, and then yeah, you just pair it with exotic or a second piece one for the obliterate. The just one is a lot more options because yeah, you can go two-piece units, and you would go on like that's one of the options. But yeah, as you may have noticed there, I have them with overdogs, and I consider overdogs kind of, but yeah, not for what you're doing. Like yeah, legendaries. If you're only doing legendaries, then sometimes it's worth it. But for some legendary fights, it isn't.
You don't want to do that! What? Are you kidding?
But yeah, the other options is either yeah, two-piece units. Some of the exotics are of course still pretty good. Tinkerer. But Tinkerer also, I don't think fits your playstyle well, right? Because you want to have that SMG. A two-piece unit is actually really close to like what Coyote used to be. Like in duos, I would take the Coyote on one person. Maybe.
Another agent is now in your
Yeah, someone crazy enough to join us.
Another dead asshole.
And yeah, we're looking for the dream, which is 511 chest with crit chance and crit damage. I would even take some of the other talents like focus or glass, but yeah, the dream is obliterate. And that's also really the only piece I'm looking for. I don't know if you're intending on making one dog, otherwise I can share some
join your group.
511 pieces if you want to, or if you're just here for the company and the keys. Oh yeah, let me know when you're... Oh yeah. When you're in, I was about to say, so I can invite you in. On this account, I don't use it. Okay, you guys are going for it too. Okay, yeah, if I get any pieces, because yeah, I don't need any of the other pieces. So if I get it, I'll keep an eye out to those. I'm gonna stay on Tech Tank for this one. Just want to see how well it works against the 4-man heroic version of Krampus as well. Just to have seen that. Likely afterwards I'll swap to something else. Stronger zoos on a 2 unit with Vigi backpack. What I want to recommend that for chest tracker. I want to check on solos and then for legendary. Yeah. Although on that,
You're fucked.
Manning, it should work out, I think. But why Vigi? Don't you get it enough that it would not really work out? Because Vigi can be a tiny bit ahead, but it's really an uptime question.
Agent, target spotted.
And thank you, Jürgen, for the kind words. What will make you play Division? Wait, do you mean play? Why do I play the Division, or do you mean, or in general, or do you mean why do I not play Division 1, or like what would it take to make me play Division 1? Because Division 1, yeah, I still play it from time to time. The reason I play Division a lot is nothing really is the same as the Division. There are many games like it, but the play and the variety that Division has is actually much larger than a lot of other builds. Even though it's mostly shooting and stuff, of course. But even there, like it still has a lot of variety. One of the things about the Division as well, a lot of other games don't really have a good setup end game that is in many ways like consistently kind of challenging enough. In a lot of other games, Warframe had this for me a lot. A lot of the content, like, I'm just not gonna die. There is basically no way that the enemy is gonna kill me. Because they're kind of underleveled, and then I'm still having to do it though because it's like a rift and I need to get a specific relic, but that's the word I'm looking for. A specific relic or something. So I'm still playing it. Division, like, even on heroic, at any moment it can go sideways. If you kind of fuck up a little bit, it can go sideways real quick. There's never a guarantee that you're gonna get through something. I like that a lot. But also, yeah, no other game can has the shooting and the mechanics that the Division has. That's why I play it a lot.
An agent needs assistance.
What? Are you
Yeah.
kidding?
And then also, nowadays, of course, yeah, I'm kind of in its community, kind of. Part of the community, so feels like home as well. And I still sometimes dip my toes into other games. So, for instance, recently we played through Space Marine 2, 2 years after it came out. I eventually did it for the Emperor. But yeah, at this point, I'm basically mostly a
Bet you earned
Division
yourself another
gamer.
bounty. Well done.
Gaming the Division. Also, actually, on this account, I wouldn't mind getting some keys and then opening them on my hardcores. Because my hardcores are actually, you know, might as well get an eagle there or something. It's this easy. On a Regulus, maybe. Yeah, let's go around. I have a ton of bannies. You know what? Let me grab. We have an OD already, right? Or do we not? Yeah, already. Yeah, leave the tanking to others, or the tanking to others. Yeah, let's just take this. Once everybody's out, I'm just gonna go to White House, and also I'll pop a bounty. But also, I'm gonna go grab a crossbow. Just on bus. Most of the stuff is make sure to engaging regulars. Which also in front of silver. Okay. Yeah, especially if you guys can keep uptime on it. It can work out. This is they are, right? I'm coming. Oh, you guys pop one already.
Hostile control point nearby.
Oh yeah, let's clear out these guys as well over here. And I just went to get a crossbow, which helps a lot against Krampus. Especially. Oh, for instance, here. As much as for, yeah. Sometimes people go, the overdag isn't great. This is like one of the top places to use it as well, actually. All of these guys are always bonus, so it's always active against the 30%. The only exception is Krampus. But Krampus, I'm gonna crossbow. So that should work out well enough. Oh. It's like, why is there a war hand sound sounding? Oh, I should go Coco.
Agent down.
I might also. So, is would Coco pre-stacking be allowed actually? This thing? I was meaning to ask. Like, if you pre-stack a build, like I know, for instance, yeah, Headhunter and stuff isn't right normally, but if you have like a few striker stacks or something going into a mission. I don't think I, but yeah, Coco. Because Coco could actually have retention damage, especially for obliterate bars. Like it can retain a lot more damage. It depends on like how that pre-stacking would be allowed or not. Or being pre-stacked. Hello. Why you punch me?
Medical assistance needed.
You'd better hide.
This guy being... is this stack program?
An agent needs assistance.
Ow.
Serious trauma detected. Agent incapacitated.
Into it. That wasn't the 511 piece. Sure, maybe swap to decoy for those parts.
That's your target.
I get you on this. Don't need to. Oh yeah, that would, yeah. For that mission, yeah. But is it more like if it was allowed? Share that one. I'll grab those later. Let me drag him if we can. Yeah, he's already moving. But yeah, if you can, let me... Because when he's standing still, it's so much easier to hit. That's gonna kill me.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Actually, let's just release.
Agent down. Agent killed.
Because if he gets too close, that is my own explosion, so there's no health gate there.
Agent down.
Fuck away from me!
Oh, he's still alive? Yeah, this guy on 4-man scaling is definitely...
Job.
Vital
Takes a
signs
while.
critical. Immediate medical assistance needed.
Okay, going upstairs is a dick move. That's where they're spawning. Oh,
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of action.
you miss my sledges from just having TDI card. So I actually would have missed more from
In
than
here! Let's do this!
actually just the TDI card. And those key drop rates totally nerfed. Still getting shit ton of keys.
Keeping us safe, Agent.
Gotta love some of the more vocal parts of the community. Pretty sure I was like on 6 keys or something. We're already on 50. The rest. And yeah, round and round we go. Where do we stop? Likely in like half an hour.
Hostile control point detected.
Chad, that we can't be in that alleyway unless there's in the backup spot. So we can go from the other side.
Steady and intelligent leadership, we hope to build a new road forward. One paved for the common.
Sure, you have to be. Oh, shit. That was not the right one. I also have some normal ones. That's not the plan.
Target near you.
Luckily, you can cancel it if you get it quick. Forgot how it does. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Hostile broadcast
I think you
detected.
noticed there already. Hmm. I would be curious actually in some segments if the for any percent kind of more so.
An agent needs assistance.
Isn't there per-seconds already allowed? Going in with full cocoa.
Vital signs critical.
Although I mean at any percent you're just indeterminate, aren't you? 90% of the time. There's also a normal crumps though. One thing is also, yeah, they do fight each other. They're not friends. Can reach at all. Unless it has least red stats. Probably double red, of course. Oh, these guys are already from upstairs. Nothing else, we are getting a decent amount of crafting parts.
They're in here.
Serious trauma detected.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll
Agent
sweep the area.
incapacitated. Agent killed.
Oh, responding. I made the assumption that wasn't true there. But we can just respawn in. And I likely will do this for another, like, a few of them.
Agent. Target spotted.
We'll take a break. Go get some food and me. Definitely Need some sleep as well, so we'll grab some of that. Now we're back in the evening. We'll record the other 8 builds of character 4. Then we have 4 characters of the build collection kind of done. Then we'll go from, and then character 5 we'll do likely on like Monday and Tuesday. It's always annoying when he's not upstairs here. How am I supposed to hit you? Okay. You know what? Just
Get those fuckers!
Immediate medical assistance needed.
stuck on the thing.
Agent out of action.
Gonna take him out!
Agent down.
I will find you!
Actually, oh, I'll swap that. I'll grab a decoy for this part. That'll be nice.
Target neutralized. Good work.
That's where they have a pulse. Yeah, look at this, all this glorious 511. Praise be. The Lord has brought us the 11 of the 5s. He's brought us not only the 5, he has also brought us the 11.
Vital signs critical.
I'm at. Yeah, these guys are no joke with command scaling. Oh, hi.
An agent needs assistance.
I'll just let the guy come back. Cover here. Yeah. Oh.
Agent down.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
And that's the real reason we do it. It's just to hear. It's just to hear Manny go, good job. That way our father figure can, you know. I already did one while Envy, I think. Yeah. So I'm waiting for next week at this point. But I did basically Monday or Tuesday already. So. Haven't seen any real good pieces yet.
Hostile control point identified.
Yeah, let's pop one. So you just go from this other side. We have the firepower for it. And then my voice definitely doesn't want to go anymore. There was definitely a lot of talking
Picked up.
today. I'll just go from this side. We can fight our way through. But yeah, it turns out there's a door boundary here, so that makes it easy enough. I think one of us still went the other way. This guy just can't shoot us until they get over this. Like, Basically, that garage door over there is close to them, so they can't see it. That's why they're trying to rush into here. So this actually works fine. Because then at first I was like, this is way too exposed, and this kind of like getting funneled. But then as well, watch out on pushing out because they'll just shoot you. They can't see us. So it's actually handier to just stay in the tunnel and just let them come to us. Mostly. Elijah, what we'll do tomorrow, then likely, once we have character 4 done, because I want to do the retaliation only tips, so likely either record that in the evening or I'll record it by myself. Let's see how that goes. Let's go jump down just to go back up again.
Assistance.
Yeah, let's grab a frenzy weapon actually. That will work well here. I don't need this thing per se. I'll catch up in a second. And go where I wanted it to. What's it? I'm just looking like it's fine.
That's your target.
The health bar kind of gives it away. Already on 22 keys. This chest is gone. And say hello to Frenzy.
Target.
That works a little bit better. Just gonna unload the next frenzy already as well. Even though I'm not hitting anything, but good frenzy to you too, good sir.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Krampus love in the streets. Ooh, no. I haven't even seen one like shareable piece or usable. So they are exceptionally rare. That's half the fun in making a 511 build is trying to get the parts like You're looking at unicorns and super unicorns everywhere. As you can imagine, they're rare. That's half the fun. You're spending more time to make a shittier build. Fun, right? And let's go deal with this Krampuslauf.
Hostile control point nearby.
Are these guys also just in German called Krampuslauf?
But these are harrowing times.
I mean, they would be. Right?
But there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and the black tunnel.
Oh, she's back there.
But we cannot do that without you, the people. A country is not a country without its people. Without people,
Just Sokolova just bitching the whole time in the back.
and without a soul. Together, we hope to bring the soul back to this nation.
I don't know, Seoul is the capital of like Korea. You can't bring it to this nation. Yeah, let's go back to the other side indeed. I'm gonna pop one already, or did we pop one? It's a M249. It's the M249B with a specific skin. That's the reason I used the M249B, because the Mark 46 is the better version. But yeah, the gold skin is worth a lot, of course.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, we just alone there, and also yeah, we're not going to be able to get there easily.
Agent down.
I think it is actually have to fall off. I can't get you there. Because yeah, we're now on both sides, so watch out for that. Let's actually go from likely the other side is gonna be our buddies are the combat still. But yeah, a few people were dragged behind you as well.
An agent needs assistance.
Out of it there. We'll need to clear the back here. We can't push through forward with this in our back.
Vital signs critical.
Oh, hi.
Agent down.
Agent, hostiles are moving into southwest.
Maybe actually easier is just to fast travel all the way. Oh, that got disconnected. Ah, felt it. But yeah,
Hostile broadcast detected.
I'll be fine. Yeah. These guys got spread out. Oh, so you wonder. Yeah. But you know what? Deal with that maybe. But I'll just grab our loot and get away from them. Indeed. Yeah, frenzy very strong. And actually here the way that I'm using it is, for instance, in the fights, I'm kinda keeping it. I'm gonna, for instance, yeah, empty this out and just put it on my back. And then I'll pull it out for the
Online.
I'll pull it out for the
Hostile broadcast picked up.
sections where it makes sense, and then yeah. Like if there's like one enemy alive, I might empty it out and then swap back to my AR even if I Should be able to, oh no, I should will like all be in combat. Yeah, although, well, the GR9 takes a little bit too long. This thing is at least like kind of doable to kind of cycle it within Frenzy a little bit more fast or a little bit more consistently. So with this one, we definitely go from one Frenzy into another.
Damn it!
With the GR9, if you like at any point stop shooting like I did there, you won't. And the damage increase while there is not that humongous. Was yeah, the GR9 yeah, for instance, I actually hit
Detected.
reload this then.
An agent is no longer in your group.
It's super laggy, I'm guessing. Or something.
Agent, target spotted.
But also, yeah, let's round out this one. This will be my last one too. Oh, change character. Oh, yeah, well, let's wait then for. Well, maybe we do one more then, just see. So it's worth it. Well, let's finish this one. We'll do one more after.
Another agent has joined your group.
Actually, that's gonna. Something that wouldn't aggro, that would be far enough away. Just trying to get into Frenzy. Don't know where we are yet, though. Let's snapshot that. Headshot instead. That's useful.
Vital signs critical.
He really doesn't like me, of course.
Target down. Good job.
Because the GR9 like there would be annoying because it would take forever to unload it. This thing,
Serious trauma detected.
we can go from one to another pretty quickly. No, bro. Yeah, that one's a rarer piece. Nowadays, though, the blueprint is in the reconstructed caches, but that's not an easy grind either. That's not a quick grind for that either.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent incapacitated.
Respawn in.
Agent deceased.
Generally, in the middle of those fights, I'm always going to be respawning in, so if I die, just let me be, because it's not going to be worth trying to get to me. Left in 9 seconds. Yeah, I'm done. Before that, the GR9 was completely unusable. Nowadays, I kind of agree with GR9, especially if you pre-stack it. Also, so there are tricks, not this season, but future seasons, and definitely we'll make only tips on it. There's always been a trick around with ammo hoarders. With ammo hoarders, when you start the reload, you drop the entire mag. That's a reload from empty.
Good job, Agent.
And it doesn't matter what your reload, what your size is, of course. Starting as a... For instance, in those seasons, yeah, GR9, very much the go-to. As well, for instance, even here, I do have a GR9. Frenzy. I always was rate of fire is a secondary on the tipping scales, but Actually, that one I should totally put DT. Although I should have gotten a DT one. We're taking it as frenzy. But I'm mostly just using it to have frenzy on there. On tipping skills, true. Usually Tinkerer. Yeah, let's do one more then. Let's finish one more and then we'll run it. Starting a reload. A loaf of Krampuses appeared.
A hostile control point detected.
Let's deal with them. I think that might be handy in general. Is maybe to capture that control point if we're gonna farm in the evening or something. Likely we'll see. Maybe do some farming in the evening. Because if we have that control point, then we don't have all these enemy patrols here.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah.
Agent out of action. An agent needs assistance.
Oh.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, we're a little outside of optimal. They're behind that.
But I'm proud to confirm that in a crisis, we rose to the challenge. Because no matter what the odds, we Americans
Target is near you, Agent.
resilient people. Like Major Castillo,
Somebody picked one up.
national crisis,
Hostile broadcast detected.
Maybe we'll just do that one.
and now
Yeah.
many
Let's
refineries
go and
are coming back online.
make sure we get everything.
Production to pre-outbreak levels. We are getting
This is worse than my old day job.
are starting to reopen.
And I think as we're over there, yeah, let's go over there. Anyway, let's do this one. Make this our last one. I literally have not seen a double crit. It's actually for like holster, knee pad, that kind of stuff. It's usually not that rare. But yeah, apparently. Okay, body blocking for the other guy. And one of the things with 511 is as well, all of those different looks of the 511 backpack are one instance in the loot. Or each of them is a separate instance in the loot. Which means that you'll get so many more backpacks than everything else as drops. And chests are somewhat more of the rarer, because on high end it has like 2 variants of that. Just because it's from a clothing, actual clothing brand.
That's your target.
How many keys am I up to? 27 already.
Nothing to see here.
Except some loot. And some Krampuses.
Grenade out! Move on that hostile!
I can't from there.
Agent down.
Take her down! You got the target. Nice.
Back in the fight. Oh yeah, he gets aggroed sometimes. I mean, most of the times.
Serious trauma detected.
And blind fire low
Thank
enough.
you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Yeah. That'll be my fill. And this place is definitely really good for target loot. We just need it to be the right target loots. If this place one day becomes gear mods or something,
Your group.
that'd be awesome. Oh, yeah, GG Dag and GG Ren. Oh. Open this as well. Might as well grab that loot. And yeah. Thanks Constantine and thanks Ren for all the helps. I'll leave you to it as well. I'm just gonna drop out here. But yeah, thanks for the help there. Even though we didn't get anything really worth keeping. This backpack, but this one's also not per se worth keeping. You wouldn't want
An
it.
agent is no
Can't sell
longer
it
in your
first,
group.
but yeah. Maybe we'll do some more this evening. We'll see how that goes. 'Cause, I wouldn't mind indeed
In danger.
getting more
Hostile control point identified.
pieces going. Oh yeah, for me, I'm gonna on the last piece. There's also you can craft for them. Yeah, I wonder. My backpack definitely is crafted. How many pieces of this is crafted? Looted. This was also looted. Must be because that doesn't have crafting. So crafted knee holster. Looted knee pads. Looted and then crafted. Okay, so I only have because these other ones I've apparently farmed. But then my holster is crafted and my backpack is crafted. This backpack, yeah, took me about like this is a true super unicorn. Even though it's of course not a useful super unicorn, it is still a true super unicorn. So no, didn't really keep track on how many bounties we did. I don't feel like I got a lot, but also yeah, definitely not a lot less than. Because I think I was on either 6 or 9. 6, I think. And I'm actually going to open those up on my hardcores. Because for the rest, I already have taken all the other rewards. Anyway, they've extended as well to the 13th, so it's gonna be around for a bit still. And the dream is especially to replace this, but yeah, there's also a super unicorn we would need. Obliterate, I'd be okay with glass or focus, maybe, but yeah, chance damage, and then so we can make it a blue from that blue core, a red core, so we can have a full red version. Even though that blue core is actually a little bit useful, but because it's not a strong build, kind of need some tankiness actually. But for now, let's go and pay it forward as we'll go and raid out to nobody that I'm following. Oh, as you see who's in the category. Yeah, let's do that actually. Also to pay them back for their raids. We'll go and raid over onto Stalker, who's doing some American history. Think about it. It's about to say Aaron Space, but that is not that mission. And I'll be back in a few hours, likely in like 3 hours, a little bit over. For the evening, we'll record Character 4's further parts, and I'll likely play around a little bit more. I wouldn't mind also checking Character 5's like full layout actually. So yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope you all had some fun. Let's start the timer on that raid already. And yeah, I've already also edited together, and actually like everything's ready for Character 3's video already. So gonna likely upload that, but it won't go live until likely tomorrow. We'll put it on Monday, and then maybe Character 4's one we might do on Friday, and then on Wednesday we might do only tips, which I'll record likely then Monday or Tuesday. Only tips for the seasonal modifier. That's really the last seasonal thing I need to do, and then the rest of it is just new stuff. Basically, I want to do a toolbox. I want to do things and stuff. I want to do some other videos. But yeah, enough rambling for me. Thank you all for joining me in all my ramblings. Thanks as well again for everybody helping out with some bounties there at the end. Hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good day.